お前はどこまで見えている。俺の死に様か。
It was warm outside, even if it was windy at times. The air was still fresh, as it had recently rained. The 10th of October is almost the middle of autumn. On this day, all the inhabitants of the village hidden in the leaf rejoice. Today is the festival, because 5 years ago a terrible monster attacked the village, a 9-tailed demon fox. He destroyed many buildings, and many people died because of him. But there was one person in the village, its defender, who at the cost of his own life saved all the inhabitants from this monster. It would seem that all people should be happy, but no doubt a girl with a bright shock of red hair tied in 2 ponytails was running down the street. She was dressed in black denim shorts and a blue blouse with short sleeves, and on her feet were black sandals. She is unusual, especially in her appearance, 3 stripes on her cheeks, which made her look a little like a fox, only the ears and tail were missing. And if ordinary people have both eyes the same color, then this girl had one eye blue, the color of sapphire, and the other was red, the color of blood, with a narrow, vertical, black pupil. There was an obvious animal fear in her eyes now. The girl ran as fast as she could, but it wasn't enough. She was being chased by men, even though they were tipsy. There were 2 of them, but they were still faster. Quickly turning the corner, the girl braked sharply. Dead end. Turning abruptly, the scarlet-haired woman wanted to run out, but the men were already standing in the aisle. She got caught. The girl began to slowly move back until her back hit the wall. So you got caught, said one man. We've been running after you for a long time. Demon Raznoglazea understood what would happen next. She would be beaten. Thoughts were spinning in my head. Well, why me? What have I done to them? Why do they beat me up every day? Today is my birthday. Why me? The men began to approach her. One of them raised his hand and punched her hard in the stomach. The girl screamed. Tears poured from his eyes. The second, deciding to keep up with his friend and drinking companion, also hit the girl in the stomach, and she fell face down on the bare asphalt. This time she let out a strangled wheeze. It hurt to scream. And so, when the first man had already raised his hand to strike, he suddenly fell to the ground. His drinking companion looked at him with a surprised look, when suddenly he heard a voice, "Leave her alone." "What did she do to you?" Turning his head, the man saw a dark-haired boy of 5 years with jet black eyes. "None of your business," the man replied. "Get out of here, before it's too late." But before he could finish, the boy's fist crashed into him. The blow was weak, but since the man was drunk, he was already passed out with his friend. The boy came up to the girl and lightly touched her shoulder. "How are you?" he asked, but the girl did not answer. She only shrank into a ball more tightly, afraid of new beatings. "Calm down, I knocked them out. I'm not going to hurt you." The girl relaxed a little and looked up at the boy. He looked at her and was surprised. The girl was quite beautiful. She had pretty cute stripes on her cheeks and multicolored eyes. One blue one that was pulling towards him. It seemed that the boy was drowning in it, and the other was red with a narrow pupil. There was incredible fear and loneliness in her eyes, but somewhere in the depths there was surprise and curiosity. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke," the boy pulled her hand. "And what about you, you?" "Uzumaki Naruko," she replied and, after a little hesitation, held out her hand to him. "Uzumaki Naruko," the girl introduced herself. "Naruko? It's a beautiful name," the boy smiled. "Come on, I'll walk you home." Fear reappeared in the girl's eyes, but overcoming herself, she nodded weakly and told him the street and the house. Sasuke took Uzumaki's hand and walked with her. The girl's hand was warm. On the way, he noticed that all the adults were throwing angry glances at her. The girl, noticing them, lowered her head down. The boy hugged her encouragingly, which made goosebumps run down Naruko's back, and her eyes opened in surprise. "Why aren't you afraid of me?" "What is it?" she asked. Of course not. Uchiha laughed. Soon they reached a two-story house. Sasuke helped Naruko up the stairs, as she was still weak. Releasing his hand, the girl took out a key and opened the wooden door. Thank you very much, she kissed him on the cheek, which made Uchiha blush a little. Bye. Naruko entered the apartment and closed the door. Sasuke stood on the threshold for a while and went home. Meanwhile, Naruko collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep. The girl woke up in a dark place illuminated by a small number of torches. She was standing ankle-deep in cool water, and there was silence all around, only a long corridor with many passages. The little girl hesitantly stepped into one of them. After walking a little, Naruko saw a huge cage. Two huge red eyes with narrow black pupils shone in it. Suddenly torches were lit and the girl saw that a huge red fox with 9 tails was sitting in the cage, which were fluttering behind his back. Come here. The fox's voice was rough, but there was concern and tenderness in it. The girl, without hesitation, approached the cage. Let's get acquainted. My name is Kurama, and what about you? Naruko, the girl's voice echoed through the room. Tell me, aren't you going to hit me? She asked the question, to which Kurama only laughed. A father will never beat his daughter, especially if he is sealed in her. How is that, father? The girl asked. And so it is. I've known you for a long time and have been watching you for a long time. I've been here almost since you were born. Your mother is Kushina. This is the one I was sealed in before. How can you be my father if I don't look like you? The girl asked. You have my eye. The fox did something with his chakra and a white icon appeared next to him. This icon depicted a woman in her 20s. Fair skin, violet blue eyes, bright red hair, just like Naruko. She was dressed in a blue t-shirt, over which was a beige sundress. The woman had a big round belly, and she was smiling happily from the picture. This is your mother, Kurama explained. And why should I believe you that you are my father, and why not? You have my eye and the same character as I had as a child. Moreover, I am too proud to lie to you about fatherhood, just to get a body and be reborn. Naruko had nothing to say to that. And tell me about mom, the girl asked. Well, you know how she looked, she had an explosive temper, but despite this, Kushina was a kind and strong-willed person. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she was very resilient. Her life force was so great that she survived even after my extraction from her, after your birth, although she was greatly weakened then. Kushina also possessed an unusual chakra of a special shape, which was well suited for her becoming my Jinchuriki. She was able to create chakra chains to hold others back. She had a unique style of ninjutsu. Kushina also knew and was able to use sealing techniques, some of which she taught Minato, the 4th Hokage. She was his wife. Wow. So my real father is the 9-tailed demon fox himself, my mother is a bloody habanero, and my conditional father is the 4th Hokage? What a family. The fox only laughed in response, revealing his sharp teeth. Listen, I'm cold, but can I change the landscape and temperature here? Otherwise the bare walls are not very inspiring. It's your subconscious, Kurama replied thoughtfully. You can try. The girl nodded and closed her eyes tightly. In an instant, the bare beige walls disappeared and high floral walls appeared in their former place. Instead of water, a bright green lawn with a small lake formed on the floor, and soft pillows appeared in Kurama's cage. After examining her creation, the girl smiled broadly and lay down on the soft tail of her newly made father. Suddenly she started disappearing from there and woke up on the couch. The 3rd Hokage was sitting next to her. There was a brown spot on his left cheek, on top. 3 long deep wrinkles and a small white goatee radiated strangely symmetrically from the eyes. Black, cunning eyes. Dark skin, gray hair with a bald spot on top, but it was hidden by a Hokage hat. You're finally awake. I heard that you were beaten today, but Sasuke Uchiha helped you, the girl nodded. From this day on, you will be in ANBU. It will be better for you and for the residents. I'm sorry, but it's necessary. Naruko nodded again. Only on one condition, she said. Hiruzen looked at her questioningly. Dictate. I will live in the house of my father and mother. But I do not know who your parents are. The third Hokage lied and stood up. Don't lie. The girl exclaimed, you know that my mother is Kushina, the former Jinchuriki Kurama, and my father is the fourth Hokage, from where? That's all the surprised old man could say. Kurama told me. And who is this? That's Kyubi's name, but Yoko. Hiruzen was stunned. He had seen a lot in his life, but this girl was able to surprise the most. And one more thing, now my name is not Uzumaki Naruko, but Yoko Naruko. Well, alright, the old man answered, still surprised, and went to the exit. Tomorrow to my office at 10 o'clock, he said finally, and left. 6 years have passed since that incident. Sasuke well remembered how he brought this girl to her apartment, how she thanked him and left, closing the door. The boy wanted to see her again, but Naruko seemed to have disappeared. He asked the villagers where she was, but they either laughed or didn't know, saying that her disappearance was only for the best. Sasuke wanted to see her again so much that he often stood under her door. But this did not happen, the girl never appeared in the vicinity of her apartment. It was as if she was a dream, a fleeting moment, and not reality. When entering the Shinobi Academy, Uchiha hoped that he would see her at least there, but this did not happen either. Naruko did not enter any academy. Days turned into nights. Day after day Sasuke searched for her, but for many years he still could not find her. In 6 years, Sasuke's life has changed dramatically. He took the first step towards becoming a real ninja. His entire clan was destroyed by his own brother. He moved and began to live alone in an empty apartment. Some girls were constantly hanging around him, but one thing remained unchanged: Uzumaki never appeared. The incident left its mark on him. His heart was saturated with hatred, strong and burning. He stopped paying attention to anyone from his entourage. He didn't care about the same-year-olds or the older guys. He wanted only two things: to become stronger and to meet Naruko, who by some miracle was able to leave a bright ray in his hardened heart. However, Sasuke himself thought that he would never meet her again. It was the height of summer, and the classroom was so stuffy that even the wide-open windows did not help. The children, who were at most 12 years old, were languishing from the heat, dreaming of being at home in the cool as soon as possible. However, no one cancelled their studies. Therefore, when the nasty bell rang, everyone sat down, moaning. Iruka-sensei, who had put his hair back into the usual high hairstyle, somewhat resembling a pineapple, fully understood the children, but could not help them in any way. There's a new girl in our class today, he dictated to the whole class. Everyone raised their eyes and looked at the teacher with more interest than before. Come in, Naruko. A little girl with scarlet hair, braided in a thick long braid, and straight, thick bangs that covered her eyes entered the class. Sasuke opened his mouth. It was her, Naruko, the one. He was amazed and happy. He finally saw her again, but Sensei looked at her with disgust and hatred, and it reminded him of the day they met. Introduce yourself, Iruka ordered rather than asked. Naruko no Yoko, the girl said calmly without looking up. In your dossier it is written that you are Uzumaki. The teacher raised an eyebrow coldly. There's a mistake. I'm no Yoko. The girl shook her head, tucking an unruly strand behind her ear. Only now did everyone pay attention to how long the girl's hair was, which reached almost to her knees, and this despite the fact that her hair was first pulled into a high ponytail, and only then braided. A rival, all the girls immediately thought, their eyes shining badly, but Yoko was familiar with such a look. I'll write you down as Uzumaki. Sit in an empty seat. I'm no Yoko, the girl said through her teeth and looked at Sensei. Her eyes were scarlet like blood, and the pupil in them was vertical. Sasuke couldn't see what was in her gaze from his place, but Yumino staggered to the side and almost fell. With a trembling hand, he wrote Naruko no Yoko on the form. Naruko smiled a little. Do you want to say something to your new classmates? Sensei asked, sticking to tradition. I hope we will live peacefully, she said, taking a deep breath. She calmly looked around the classroom, looking for empty seats. There were two of them. One was next to a black-haired boy who reminded her of someone, and the second was with Hinata, where the girl sat down. They were good friends after the incident when Hyuga was attacked, and Naruko helped her fight off the bullies. Despite all the prohibitions of her father, Hinata continued to communicate with Naruko. Sitting next to her friend, Naruko began to chat with her quietly. She felt the eyes of her classmates on her, but decided not to pay attention to them. Yumino began to give a lecture, simultaneously asking some questions. Naruko analyzed the situation and people pretty quickly to understand that the girl with pink hair, who always raises her hand, is clearly a prig. But her neighbor at the desk, a blonde, will obviously be more stupid. She also quickly identified the main idlers of the class, noting at the same time that some of them, although they know the whole program, prefer to remain silent. Finally, the long-awaited bell rang. Almost everyone stood next to Hinata's desk, except Sasuke, Shino, and Shikamaru. Sasuke wanted to approach her, but he felt that it was better for the others not to know that they knew each other, otherwise there is a chance that poor but Yoko will get from the crazy girls. Shino and Shikamaru, simply by virtue of their characters, were not going to move. The first was somewhere in his thoughts, and the second was asleep. So you're Naruko? Some pink-haired girl asked the question, which Naruko identified as a show-off and a know-it-all. That's right, the girl nodded. Do you see that handsome and cute guy? She pointed somewhere. Jinchuriki turned her head in that direction, looked at the guy and again at that girl. His name is Sasuke, and he's mine, okay? But Naruko wasn't listening to her anymore. She suddenly remembered the boy who had saved her from two drunken men. And it was him. It was Sasuke. Are you even listening to me? Yes, the scarlet-haired woman answered absently and looked at Sasuke. Their eyes met. But Yoko smiled at him and looked at Sakura again. How dare you smile at my Sasuke? A blonde exclaimed. Are you sure that the others agree that he is only yours? Naruko asked slyly, enjoying the way the girls began to quarrel among themselves. Then the girl yawned widely. She did not get enough sleep at night, as the third gave her a mission to spy on Danzo along with the rest of the ANBU members. It seemed, but Yoko only blinked. As the school day came to an end, suddenly she discovered that everyone was going to go home, which led the girl to think that she had simply fallen asleep unnoticed. Getting up, Naruko stretched, threw all her things into her backpack and left the classroom with Hinata. Listen, will you help me choose clothes for future missions? Still, I need something new when I become a genin. No. Yoko turned to her friend. Are you going home now? Hinata asked. No. I still have to hand over the third report, yawned a friend. Suddenly someone pushed her from behind, and she almost fell. Turning her head sharply, the girl saw the pink-haired one standing at the head of a mini-squad of girls. Naruko realized that she had managed to find her detractors in less than a day. It was a warning. Smile at my Sasuke-kun one more time and you'll be in trouble, she hissed. And then, turning on her heels, she left. Yes, it is expected, the girl shrugged her shoulders. I hope she didn't hear anything, otherwise I'll be in trouble. I don't think Sasuke-kun is more important to her than your secrets, Hyuga answered quietly. Naruko nodded her head, hoping for this. Well, she obviously doesn't have enough brains, she can just take and, the girl didn't have time to finish the sentence, as she disappeared into the haze, thereby scaring Hinata. Tell everyone without thinking about the consequences, Naruko said, after which she blinked in surprise. She was somewhere in a forest clearing, but not in the classroom, where she was standing with Hinata just a second ago. What the? Tell me what? A woman's voice rang out very close. By turning her head, the young Jinchuriki saw a small white tigress with black stripes all over her body. Her eyes were the color of gold. The girl recoiled from the animal, simultaneously trying to understand what had happened and come up with an escape plan. You may have to fight with the animal. Naruko was ready for this. The years spent in ANBU had taught her to be ready for anything. And who are you? The girl asked cautiously, trying to stall for time. My name is Chihiro. I am a ninja tigress. What's your name? But Yoko had heard of summoning beasts before. They lived in a place where it is almost impossible for an ordinary person to get to. You have to be either chosen or persistent and strong enough to make a deal with such a beast. Sometimes a person himself got into their habitats when the animals decided that they needed to sign a contract with a person for some purpose of their own. And, apparently, Naruko became one of those people. Whether this fact pleased her or not, she did not know. However, tigers are always better than some nasty insects. Naruko. But Yoko Naruko, the girl introduced herself a couple of moments later. Where am I? In the clearing, the beast replied laconically. Well, there was some truth in this, there really was nothing around except an endless green glade. And if more precisely? Young Jinchuriki inquired. Forest clearing. It is called Orototego. I called you here, Chihiro calmly replied, stretching her whole body. The girl could not help but notice the natural grace that the tigress possessed. But Yoko has always considered tigers to be the most beautiful and intelligent cats. And, apparently, they liked her too, since she was called up mentally. Naruko noted that getting to the same foxes was too banal and stupid, given the fact who her father was, and Kurama snorted derisively somewhere inside. Why, we have such a custom. Every 3 years, a worthy tiger ninja goes to this clearing and calls the person with whom he signs a contract. This time the lot fell on me, and I called you. You can sign a contract with us if you want, but if you don't want to, you'll just go back to the village. The choice is yours. That's quite a generous offer, the girl began evasively. I have been thinking about the question of my draft animal for a long time, but I never thought that it could be a tiger. The choice is yours, Chihiro reminded. Then I agree. Maybe we should switch to you, since everything has turned out that way? Or would that be too disrespectful? I don't mind, the tigress nodded. Follow me, but be careful, it rained recently, and now the ground is slippery. Naruko followed Chihiro. The green glade, which had seemed endless before, soon ended in a dense forest. There was something unknown about him, hidden from the eyes of the common man. The girl imperceptibly shuddered. For some reason she felt uneasy, looking at how confidently the tigress steps forward, straight into the thicket, but Yoko sighed heavily and followed her, carefully stepping on the wet ground and stepping over the wet protruding tree roots. After the heat in Konoha, it was cold here. Shivering from the cold, but Yoko accelerated the circulation of the chakra in her body, thereby warming up. They walked for about 10 minutes, and during that time Naruko slipped a couple of times. No matter how good a shinobi she was, slippery rocks and grass were not cancelled. A couple of times the girl's leg just slipped forward and she lost her balance. I'll take shoes with normal soles, she decided for herself. Soon they came to small stone caves. Almost every one contained one or more tigers. There were white ones with black stripes, like Chihiro, and orange-black ones. Naruko had never seen such a large gathering of wild cats before. And this, to be honest, even amazed her also. The girl could not help but note the fact that the tigers always bowed to Chihiro when she passed by. Most likely, she is very respected here, Jinchuriki realized and picked up her pace. As Chihiro went further ahead, soon the tigress and her companion reached a huge cave. Once inside, but Yoko looked around. Inside the cave was beautifully decorated with various flowers, herbs, dried fruits and young shoots of trees and bushes. And on the ceiling were glowing stones, obviously precious, which can only be found in Orototego. Finally, Chihiro stopped, and Naruko froze behind her. On a soft brown mat, dragged obviously from the human world, sat a huge white tiger. It was so huge that but Yoko had to lift up his head. Perhaps if she was asked to compare the size of this tiger with some building in Konoha, she would not hesitate a second to name the residence of the Hokage. The girl bowed low, showing all her respect. So you're the young lady that Chihiro summoned? He asked. Yes. My name is no Yoko Naruko. But Yoko? Are you really the daughter of Kyubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed demon fox? Yes, but how do you know? There are many people in the world with the surname no Yoko. We tigers are the keepers of many secrets of the human world, the tiger said in a deep voice, waving his striped tail. History was being made before our eyes, and we were recording it. There is nothing to hide or conceal from us. People are simple and predictable for us. Anyway, that was before your mother came along. No one expected her to have a baby with Biju. This is nonsense. You are an impossible child, your birth is incredible in itself. We've been following you since you were born, and now we're happy to offer you a contract with us. But are you ready? Do you want it? Or would you rather leave? Yes, I'm ready, Naruko replied. I'll be only too glad. Well, then we're going to need some of your blood. A normal-sized tiger in its mouth took out a small scroll to the girl. However, as soon as she touched him, he instantly increased in size and turned around on his own. There were only 10 or 15 names written in the scroll itself. Apparently, not many agreed to sign anything with tigers and blood. You must write your name on the scroll with your own blood. After that, smear the pads of your fingers with blood and touch them here. A small tiger showed where to put the seal. Naruko did everything as he said. That's it. You signed a draft contract with us. When you get back to Konoha, practice. Depending on how much chakra you put into the call, this is the size of the tiger. Is everything clear? Any questions? Yes. What is your name? What is it? She asked, looking at the glossy coat of the giant beast. Yes. I forgot to introduce myself, I'm sorry. My name is Yamaru. And now it's time for you. Naruko just opened her mouth to ask Yamaru-san something, but she didn't have time. She seemed to be spinning in some kind of whirlpool. And as soon as I blinked, the tiger cave disappeared, and the house in which the girl lived appeared before my eyes. Hinata was patiently waiting for her friend in Konoha Central Park. Not that Naruko was a big fan of being late, on the contrary, she always tried to come early, but on this day everything went somehow not according to plan. Young Hyuga sighed sadly, and then checked the time again, thinking that perhaps she had come earlier, but no. Sorry, Hinata, I'm late. Suddenly there was a ringing cry, and the girl turned around. No Yoko was running towards her at full speed. Her braid, which had previously looked perfectly coiffed, was a little disheveled, and now red thin hair was sticking out of it. The girl's eyes were feverishly shining, and Hyuga immediately realized that something had happened, something very good. Nothing, Naruko-chan, she replied. I asked you, just call me Naruko, the friend snorted reproachfully. And I'm going to tell you this now. But first, the purpose of our meeting. Hinata nodded and handed her a handkerchief to her friend to wipe the sweat from her forehead, although Yoko was not out of breath, but her face was wet, and then they quickly walked away from the park in search of the right store. Naruko enthusiastically talked about what had happened to her, and the more she talked, the more surprised and shocked Hinata looked. Suddenly, a stone whistled very close to no Yoko's ear. She managed to dodge. It turned out that it was some unpleasant man with a huge belly who decided to tell her a couple of rude things. The girl only pursed her lips, but did not answer, as she had long been accustomed to such treatment. Soon the friends reached a small shop where there was everything for shinobi. Their arrival was announced by a bell hanging over the door. The sound that rang out filled the almost empty store. A cool breeze blew in through the open door. The girls closed the door and went deep into the store. Naruko immediately ran up to the orange suit. The orange color is her main weakness, inherited from her mother, if you believe Kurama's words, of course. The girl grabbed it and went into the fitting room. Hinata remained patiently waiting for her friend outside, looking for something for herself. Her favorite jacket was already very worn. When no Yoko came out, Hinata smiled broadly. The suit fit Naruko perfectly, a gray mesh t-shirt with a high neck, over which there was an orange top with a cutout on one shoulder with 3/4 sleeves, a short orange skirt and black knee-length shorts, terribly suited her friend. Well? She asked. Great, Hyuga answered honestly. I agree with the girl, Kurama whispered. Great. So I'm taking it. Now it remains only to buy bags with shurikens, kunai, and pay for the whole thing. So, they continued shopping. An hour passed completely unnoticed. After the store, it was decided to go in for ice cream, and then just swing on the swing, as before. Time flew by too fast, even too fast. The friends had to part ways when her mentor from the clan came for Hinata, and the girl, saying goodbye until tomorrow, ran after him. Naruko sat in perfect solitude for a while, thinking that she envied her friend. Even though she had a strained relationship with her father, she still had a whole clan. No, Yoko has only herself and her father, who can't even hug her in reality. When she got home, Naruko washed a new suit and hung it to dry on the balcony. She hid the bags with the purchased weapons on the bottom shelf of the nightstand, where her favorite katana lay, which she got as a member of the ANBU. Wearing a fox mask and a secret unit uniform, throwing on a long cloak and taking a katana, she disappeared into thin air. The duties of the ANBU did not wait. And even if she didn't get enough sleep last night, even if she was able to take a nap in class just a little bit today, the work remained a job for which they paid well. To be honest, the girl was not happy about the fact that she became part of the ANBU. Yes, she got a nice place, but this but was tangible and felt literally on the tongue. It was expressed in the fact that she had no other friends besides Hinata, that she didn't get enough sleep, that she had seen the harsh life of a shinobi earlier than she should have, that she started killing from childhood, that she was deprived of this very childhood. Naruko returned only at 4 o'clock in the morning. School started at 9, you had to get up in an hour. But Yoko moaned in resignation, she will not see a normal sleep, and she looked into the water. She was woken up early in the morning by a crash in the kitchen. Having blown up from the spot, the girl grabbed a shuriken and jumped out into the noise right in her pajamas, preparing to attack the enemy who dared to get into her house. However, Naruko was in for a big surprise when, instead of some spy, she saw Jiraiya eating cookies and looking as stupid as possible. There was a chair lying nearby and, putting two and two together, but Yoko immediately realized that her negligent godfather was just an elephant. Hi, Naruko. He smiled innocently at her. He was still the same, kind, relaxed, and smiling. His hair seemed to have grown even more, and the girl grimaced with displeasure at this fact. Again she would have to collect long white hairs all over the house. What are you doing herein? She glanced at her watch and was horrified. At 6 in the morning, I came to check on you. You should have warned me in advance. It's only 6, and I want to sleep. Don't make any noise, please. And why did you come at all? Can't I check on my goddaughter? Moreover, I need material for the next book. Naked girls are not material, the girl reminded instructively. Okay, come here, let me hug you. They chatted for a while longer. Jiraiya was such a kind and bright person that by his very appearance he gave Naruko strength and energy, which she just needed after several practically sleepless nights. However, this effect from Sannin subsided when he was not around, and the girl entered the classroom tired and a little sleepy. Iruki-sensei was not there yet, so the girl, not paying attention to anything, plopped down in her seat and put her head in her hands. Soon someone pulled out a chair and sat down next to him. Naruko thought that Hinata came a little early today, but quickly forgot about it. But less than a minute later, a whole bunch of girls crowded around her place. But Yoko looked up in surprise at the source of the noise, inwardly indignant. Naruko, can I sit in your seat? Asked the same arrogant girl with pink hair, whose name the girl did not even think to remember. This is my place. Why should I change seats? And only now, but Yoko noticed who this farce was about. Sasuke was sitting next to her with a relaxed look. Naruko blinked in surprise and looked around, checking if she was in her place at all. As it turned out, yes. So, it's Uchiha hooked up with her. Because I want to sit next to Sasuke-kun, Sakura replied with emphasis. Go ahead. This is my place. And next to it is Hinata's place. So let this Sasuke change seats, but I'm not going to, Naruko answered slowly, glancing at the boy out of the corner of her eye. His face showed no emotion, but no Yoko noticed how tightly he clenched his fists on the table. It seems that the words she said were unpleasant to him, but the girl could not do anything about it. This is not his place, let him leave and not create problems for her. Although somewhere deep inside she thought it was quite interesting and cute that he decided to sit down with her himself. So he hadn't forgotten about the incident 6 years ago when he saved her. I repeat, move over. Haruno shouted. No, Naruko replied laconically. I didn't want to do this, but apparently you will have to be taught manners. If you don't understand in a good way, you'll have to use brute force, exclaimed a blonde standing next to her with bangs over one eye. The other girls supported her. In the heat of the quarrel, they did not even notice how Sasuke got up and walked around the desk in front, wanting to move. Risk your health. Naruko, who was tired of enduring this, stood up to her full height and looked at the girls. I'm not responsible for the consequences. Suddenly someone pushed her to the side, someone else tripped her when she reflexively took a step back, but Yoko, who did not expect such strength from an ordinary girl, although she was very fat, so it was not surprising where so much power came from, almost fell. She was picked up by someone's hands, and she herself clung to her savior's shirt with all her strength. The classroom became quiet in an instant. Sasuke-kun? That fat woman blinked her eyes stupidly, and Naruko raised her head. Her savior really turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, thank you, the girl replied. Then she quickly pulled away from the boy, straightening her jacket and apologizing. Sasuke just nodded and turned away, going somewhere ahead, but Naruko managed to notice that his cheeks were slightly reddened, and his eyes sparkled. Then Iruka-sensei came into the classroom, stopping the whole farce with his appearance. He threw the magazine on the table and stood in front of the blackboard, watching the children slowly go to their places. Hinata never showed up. Okay, guys, the lesson begins, said Yumino, and the next moment a nasty bell rang. Time passed quickly and imperceptibly. The same weekdays were replaced by each other. Exams, which Iruka-sensei talked about literally every day, were coming on the heels more and more, so it was not surprising that many children went pale and twitchy at the end of their studies. Naruko was not one of those. On the contrary, she began to play truant more than she worried Sasuke, no matter how much he tried to pretend to be an ice prince. But yes, he looked at the desk where Hinata and no Yoko were sitting. And if the first one regularly went to lessons, then the second one was not to be found. Uchiha walked around the village several times all day in the hope of meeting Naruko, but she did not appear anywhere, and there was no point in asking the villagers about this. They only answered joyfully, disappeared, and fine. Sasuke did not understand this attitude and its reasons, but neither sensei nor anyone else could find out the truth. Iruka-sensei himself evasively replied that no Yoko was sick, but Uchiha did not believe it. He even caught Hinata once after school, but she squeaked something in fright, because she was afraid that the other girls would tear her apart after such a thing, ran away. Naruko appeared only for the written exam. She came, sat down, wrote everything she knew, gave the piece of paper and left. Sasuke, who followed her, did not find the girl anywhere, and therefore he had to wait only for further exams, which were practical. When they came, the young man was happy to note that the girl was there and chatted with Hinata about something, occasionally smiling. He liked that smile very much, but he certainly wasn't going to say it out loud. But Yoko took the exam in front of him, but like last time, he couldn't catch her. But Konoha's protector felt like a pleasant weight in his hand. At least there was something good about this day. The next stage was the distribution of teams, and this excited all the children, including Sasuke, who hid it well. He hoped that there would be strong and intelligent genins in his team. For example, Shikamaru Nara, he was very brilliant, albeit lazy. Or Shino Aburame is a secretive, but reasonable boy. Or, of course, Naruko. On that day, Uchiha came earlier than usual, but Yoko was late, but she did not look guilty at all. Can I come in? What is it? She asked. She was wearing the same suit that they bought with Hinata in the store, and a Konoha protector glittered on her neck. Duh. Yes, come in, Yumino said without even looking at her. The girl shrugged and sat down next to Hinata. Where was I? Team 7, Sakura Haruno, Uchiha Sasuke. At these words Sakura jumped up joyfully, yelling at the whole class and showing her blonde girlfriend her tongue, and no Yoko Naruko. That's where Haruno drooped. Excuse me, Iruka-sensei, but why am I on the team with this Naruko? Sakura asked, raising her hand. She looked so angry and displeased that her anger could probably destroy the whole Konoha. The teams are tailored to your abilities to create a balance in the team, Yumino snapped. Next. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. This continued for some time. When the lists were announced, Iruka-sensei put the magazine away, said a couple of parting words, let out a tear and went to the staff room, leaving the children to wait for their new teachers. As soon as he left, a fierce controversy broke out between the female part of the class regarding Sasuke and the place of Sakura and Naruko in the same team with him. And if no Yoko was sitting silently at her desk, frankly idling, then Haruno turned up her nose and looked at Uchiha with a gentle gaze. Gradually, the Jonins came and took their new wards. In less than half an hour, there were only 12 students left in the classroom, and after another 15 minutes, only 3. Well, where is he? The sensei of the other teams have been here for a long time. Haruno was indignant, puffing, but, thinking that this was a good opportunity to spend more time with Sasuke, she sat down next to him and began to chat about something. The basis of her rantings were the topics of how their new sensei is not punctual and how easy the exams were. In the end, Uchiha got up from his seat, walked around the desk and, under Sakura's surprised gaze, moved to Naruko, who waved her hand in greeting, and then plopped her head on the desk, waiting for Haruno's angry tirade, which did not take long to wait. How did the exams go? No Yoko asked Sasuke when Haruno, resigned, fell silent. Fine, he said, and it was the first word he'd said all morning. But that problem with the kunai seemed strange to me. There was a catch, Naruko said. In fact, they wanted us to take into account those kunai that were in Shinobi's bag when they mentioned her. It was a test of our knowledge of the basics. That's how. That's what I thought. Sakura, who had wanted to say something before, bit her tongue. She could not solve this problem. Then there was silence. By the look of Sasuke, it was clear that he wanted to ask something, but did not dare, since Haruno was nearby. Naruko, who understood this immediately, only smiled a little. After all, Uchiha was cute and knew how to respect other people and their personal space and secrets. Well, where's he? Sakura whined at the 5th hour. He should be here soon. Sensei likes to be at least 5 hours late, no Yoko replied. And how do you know what he likes? Haruno asked suspiciously. I've known him since I was 5. At the age of 5, she disappeared, Sasuke thought. Another piece appeared in his inner mosaic, and then the door opened, letting their new sensei into the classroom. He was tall, in Jonin's uniform, and in his right eye, the only open area of skin on his face, boredom and fatigue splashed. Yo, here I am, he said, raising his hand in greeting. Sakura immediately burst into an angry tirade about negligent teachers and clocks. I'm sorry for being late, I just got lost on the road of life. He just scratched his head at all the exclamations of the girl. Okay, let's go meet on the roof. After a short climb up the stairs and opening the door leading to the roof, the whole team sat down on the ledges next to each other. Kakashi decided to stay standing, leaning his lower back on the metal side. Well, let's get acquainted. Tell me a little about yourself, and show an example. You tell me first, Haruno asked. Okay. My name is Kakashi Hatake. What I love or don't love doesn't concern you. My life is long. I'll just say that I'm a Hunin. Hobbies don't concern you either. The dream is personal. Now you. My name is Haruno Sakura. I love. My dream. My hobby. After each word, she looked at Sasuke and blushed. But I hate Naruko. I can't stand her, Hatake nodded, pursing his lips, which was not noticeable behind the mask. But Yoko raised her eyebrows, in principle, expected, but who knew that she would not hesitate to say so. Then it was Uchiha's turn. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't like a lot of things, I don't like almost everything, my hobby is training. I don't have a dream, only the goal is to find one person. He was frowning, and Naruko immediately realized that it would not be limited to one find. Most likely, he will try to kill him. Remembering the night when the Uchiha clan was cut out, the girl immediately understood who it was about. Then it was her turn to introduce herself. My name is no Yoko Naruko. I love my friends. I don't like stupidity. My dream. I agree with Sasuke, this is not a dream, but a goal that I will not talk about. It's personal. In fact, Naruko wanted to destroy Danzo and disband the root. And let the original purpose of creating the root was good and worthy of respect, but it rotted at the same time when its head rotted. But Yoko sincerely hated this organization, which spoiled the lives of not only her and Sasuke, but also hundreds of other people, most of whom are the root ANBU themselves. Great. So we met. We'll meet tomorrow at the 4th training ground at 8 in the morning. Don't eat anything, but you can drink. Don't be late. You will pass the Genin exam. Kakashi clapped his hands. But we passed it at the academy, Sakura was surprised. And this is my personal test. Those who do not pass will go back to the academy. Hatake waved his hand, smiled, and disappeared into the haze. Good luck tomorrow, Naruko said, getting up and turning around. It will be difficult. Thank you, Sasuke thanked and stood up after her. Leaving the roof, Sakura was left sitting all alone. Naruko was sleeping peacefully in her bed, curled up in the fetal position, when the alarm clock rang disgustingly. The girl blindly fumbled with her hand on the bedside table, trying to grab the source of the unpleasant noise, turning off the alarm for the 3rd time and glancing at the time, but Yoko moaned and buried herself deeper into the blanket. The clock showed 7 in the morning. And even though Kakashi said to come by 8, Naruko knew him too well to be sure that the real test would begin somewhere at 2. Aren't you going to get up? Kurama asked sarcastically. No. Leave me alone, I want to sleep, the girl muttered in response. Wake me up at 11. You're going to be late. No more than sensei. With these words, she fell into a doze, which soon turned into a deep sleep. Naruko dreamed of some scraps of ANBU everyday life, some waterfalls, and Sasuke. He was unusually smiling, but Yoko couldn't help but admit the fact that the image of a smiling Uchiha made her heart skip a beat. When the little hand was at 11 and the big one at 12, the alarm clock rang again. Kurama also spoke with him, who regularly fulfilled his mission, to make his own daughter stand up. Naruko was not one of those people who could hardly stand up. When she had to go somewhere, she woke up immediately, but when there was time to rest, she preferred to lie in bed for another 15 minutes. Actually, just like this time, only after 20 minutes she bothered to get up and go to wash. Then the girl hastily cooked herself rice, added a raw egg to it and ate her very poor breakfast. The food in the refrigerator was over, which meant that she would have to go to the store. Naruko appeared at the training ground only by 12:30. Sakura, the first to notice Naruko, indignantly jumped to her feet and started shouting something, accusing the girl of non-punctuality. You're late. Haruno exclaimed angrily, not knowing why she was so angry, either because no Yoko was late, or because she came at all. Naruko, noticing Sasuke nearby, instantly understood everything. Apparently, the two spent several hours alone, and during that time Uchiha managed to turn Haruno off 10 times, if not more. But Yoko nodded to Uchiha in greeting, and his lips twitched in a slight half-smile, which angered Sakura even more. I ask you again, why are you late? Poor Kunoichi pursed her lips. She looked like a beaten dog, but her green eyes flashed lightning. Probably, her hatred for me is absolutely not an empty phrase, Naruko realized, but instead coolly replied, do I have to report to you? The girl plopped down not far from Sasuke and opened her backpack, which had been hanging on her back before. Then Naruko began to rummage through it in search of a small present for the new teammates. No matter how much Sakura infuriated her, no matter how arrogant Sasuke was and did not like to work alone, Naruko knew Kakashi's true goals. Moreover, she was sure that this test was also aimed at her to check how she could get along with new people, but Yoko has been in touch with Hatake since her distant childhood. They had known each other for at least 7 years. Kakashi became something of her guardian. He knew who her father was, knew the truth kept by the Namikaze Uzumaki couple, but preferred to remain silent. Naruko respected him for that. Rummaging a little more in her bag, she took out a small bag, from which there was a heady smell of a pie with meat and onions. Sasuke and Sakura's mouths instantly filled with saliva, Haruno even swallowed hard. "Here you go." She handed the package of pies to Sasuke with Sakura. "You probably haven't eaten anything in the morning, and it's bad for the stomach, duh. But Sensei said," Haruno began. Who knows what he said? "Do you know why teams are created at all? What is the Hokage's goal?" Naruko asked. "So that we can work in a team, thereby helping each other. And working in a team gives more results than when you are alone." "That's right. The point of checking our sensei is that we learn to work smoothly, like a single organism. You're weaker than him, and you can't handle him alone, but if we work together, we'll take the bells." "What kind of bells?" Sasuke, the chewing pie, asked the question. "Our task is to take away the bells," Naruko replied, putting down her bag. "We'll be lucky if he doesn't open his left eye, which is unlikely." "What's wrong with his left eye?" Haruno asked. "Don't you know?" Naruko raised an eyebrow mockingly, watching Sakura's cheeks turn red with indignation and embarrassment. It was funny. "You're the best student in the class. I could have thought of finding out something about him and not chasing Sasuke. He'll be here soon. We have to come up with a plan of action." Sasuke went to the point, brushing off his hands. Naruko nodded. She took a notebook, pen, and pencil out of her briefcase and started talking about their new sensei, along the way suggesting strategies based on their strengths. Of course, but Yoko wasn't sure that they would be able to defeat Hatake if he fought at full strength, but she knew that he would succumb as soon as he saw their coordinated work. Still, his goal is not to throw them into the second year of study at the academy, but to convey the essence of being a ninja and the truth about how important mutual assistance in a team is. And this should already prompt Sakura and Sasuke that they should reconsider their views on teammates. Hatake appeared only after another hour. He was still scratching the top of his head and looked as stupid as possible. Naruko understood that he was just trying to create the appearance of a mediocre and would-be sensei, whom it was a matter of 5 seconds to defeat, then to put Sasuke and Sakura in their place with a couple of techniques. "I'm sorry, I just met a black cat on the way and I had to go around it," he said, giggling. "And you went around the whole village, just not to meet her?" Sakura asked with some irritation. But Yoko has already told them that Kakashi is simply a big latecomer who does not want to come on time to all sorts of events that do not interest him. For example, such as meeting with a new team of genins or the first training session with them. "I had to," Hatake replied with a fake sigh and shrug. "Okay, let's get started. Your task is to select these bells." The copying ninja showed 2 silver bells that swayed slightly in the wind and rang melodiously. "You have until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as the alarm goes off, your exam will be over." "But there are only 2 bells," Sakura said softly, calculating in her head which of the 3 of them would get them. "Exactly. The one who does not take the bell will not pass the exam and will go back to the academy. I have to take this bell and stay with Sasuke-kun, and send Naruko back to the academy," Sakura thought resolutely, completely forgetting about Naruko's words. Naruko looked indignantly at her teammate, and she lowered her eyes in shame. As much as Haruno would have liked to be alone with Sasuke, this was not meant to happen. Sasuke kept an impartial expression on his face, just moved his shoulder, needing it. So far, everything was going as Naruko had said. And this means that very soon it will be time to put their plan into action. It was simple, designed for the fact that Hatake does not expect an instant joint attack from the students. So, they will be able to finish the task in some 5 minutes and go home. Well, let's get started. Kakashi gave a sign, and all 3 genins quickly disappeared. Hatake found where Sakura and Sasuke were hiding in a second. The first one was lying in the bushes, and the second one was sitting on a tree branch. Naruko alone was nowhere to be found. Hatake once again examined the clearing, but he did not find the girl. And then he chuckled rather. The years spent in the ANBU did not let her down. And this means that it was not in vain that he taught her. On the other hand, he was upset by the fact that the girl did not anticipate his plans and did not think about working together with her teammates. The man moved to a branch of a tree. Just as he sat down comfortably and opened the book, a fireball suddenly appeared on the periphery. Hatake jumped from this branch to another, noting with surprise that Sasuke at such a young age can already use elemental techniques. The second ball set fire to a tree under his feet, and the man had to jump to the ground. Out of nowhere, Sakura appeared, whose presence was not felt at all. Moreover, the man still felt her chakra at that very boulder. The copying ninja smiled contentedly. Nevertheless, Naruko decided to cooperate with the others, which means that you can put a little more effort, but still you can't forget about the giveaway game. Haruno's kunai flew past Kakashi, as he managed to dodge, and then a strange sound, similar to the chirping of birds, was heard from somewhere above. Hatake looked up. It was Naruko falling right on top of him. In her hands was a chidori, a technique that he taught her himself. Jonin dodged the attack, and chidori crashed into the ground, leaving a crater behind. But the fact that it was another distraction, the man realized only when the clone no Yoko was behind him and made a cut. Hatake stood on his feet and counterattacked, but then another batch of shurikens flew in from all sides. The man quickly folded the seals, and a stone barrier appeared around him. There was a clink of metal. The weapon, colliding with a rough stone, flew off to the side, and the next moment there was a pop, followed by the already familiar chirping, and the stone barrier fell under the power of chidori. Kakashi dodged, bending in the back, then another and another. Then fireballs from Sasuke flew from the side, but Hatake quite simply avoided them, landing far from the genins. Sasuke and Sakura were a bit weak. Naruko didn't show her full potential, but they worked as a team, which was already good. He immediately saw good potential in all 3 of them, realizing that they could very easily become the strongest of their stream of graduates. The only thing that you need to work with them a little. Then he noticed that the bells flashed in Sakura's hands, and looked down in surprise. He did not notice how the trio was able to steal them. You did well. Teamwork is the main thing in our village. He clapped his hands, but instantly became serious. But I have a question, who will leave and who will stay? What did you mean? Sakura asked, stunned, after looking at her teammates. She clearly did not expect such a turn, thinking that this would be the end of it. And the fact that there are only 2 bells, and there are 3 of you. This means that one of you will go back to the academy, but who is it? Hatake carefully and expectantly looked at the genins. Resolve this issue among yourselves. Haruno looked at the bells in her hands, and then at Sasuke. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest. He was frowning, but he looked unshakable, which made the young kunoichi's heart flutter with love. After that, she turned her gaze to Naruko. She was holding on to her right shoulder, from which a thin trickle of blood was flowing, and in response looked at Sakura. In general, the girl would just like to keep one bell for herself and give the other to Sasuke, but she understood that without no Yoko, they would not have ended up where they were now. I don't think we're going to make any choice, Haruno said in a choked voice. We all contributed to this victory. Is it possible somehow to leave all 3 of us genins? You are welcome. At these words, but Yoko turned her face away to hide a laugh. Sakura was naive, but, given her hatred for Naruko, she was quite sweet in her words. Yes. Let's stop all this, and tomorrow we will go on the first mission, Jinchuriki nodded. I agree, Sasuke agreed. Kakashi carefully examined his students, and then crossed his arms over his chest. Well, he liked these newcomers. Okay. From this day on, you are all geniuses. We'll meet tomorrow at 11 at this training ground. I'll buy. And he disappeared in a puff of smoke. The three newly minted genins were left alone. Happy Haruno immediately turned to Uchiha, beaming with a smile and bursting with happiness. She folded her hands in a prayer gesture, which caused the bells in her hand to flutter and ring, and spoke in a thin voice, Sasuke-kun, come on. No, Uchiha replied, not even thinking about listening to Haruno's offer. And then he looked at Naruko. His gaze was immediately riveted by the drying blood on his shoulder, and he asked, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt? It's all right, just a little scratch. Sakura touched her kunai. It will heal. She waved it away. Well, will we meet tomorrow? You can approach somewhere around 2 or 3 o'clock, sensei will not appear earlier. And now for now, she waved her hand and, just like Kakashi a minute earlier, disappeared into a puff of smoke. It was a very ordinary day. Friday night was not something outstanding in the general hubbub of residents of Konoha rushing home or to the nearest bar. It was just the last hours before the long-awaited 2-day rest. Naruko was sitting in an alley, pressed against the wall of a wooden house. She was cold, her fragile girlish shoulders were covered with goosebumps, but Yoko did not even think to move from her place. She was only 6 years old. Only 6, and she already knew how cruel people are and how unfair life is. 15 months ago, she started training to become a member of the ANBU. Techniques, shurikens, and chakra control were given to the girl very badly. She did not understand what was required of her, but no one tried to explain it to her more clearly. I had to learn myself from my own numerous mistakes, which is why the promotion was minimal, but Yoko hated herself for how weak she was. Not only physically, but also mentally. Instead of pulling herself together and going to once again mark shurikens at the landfill, she sat down in an alley and sobbed. Hey, look, there's a demon sitting there. Someone shouted drunkenly. Oh, really, it's that stupid one. Another giggled at him in surprise. Naruko turned around in fear. They were drunk and cheerful villagers. Today was their last day of work this week, and they were clearly going to have fun. An argument was unleashed about how exactly they were going to have fun. Tears flowed with renewed vigor down the chubby baby cheeks of Jinchuriki, and she realized that she had to run before they caught her. As soon as she got up, trying to ignore the pain in her muscles and a scratched knee, the first stone flew into her. He hit Naruko painfully on the shoulder, and she hissed. The next one flew into the thigh, another into the forehead, scratching it, which caused a trickle of blood to flow down the bridge of the nose, but it hurt Yoko, but it hurt even more. She pursed her lips and took a few hesitant steps back, hoping that there was a way out of this alley and she would be able to run, although her legs no longer held her. Then a tomato flew into it, then another and another. And then, banana peel. A few more people joined the drunks having fun, considering this game interesting and funny. Naruko trudged back while the crowd was advancing on her. Someone took a garbage bag out of the trash and threw it at the girl. She barely put her hands so that the bag would not hit the body. It still hurt, and then a terrible thing happened. Yoko's back came into contact with a cold stone, and the girl realized that she was trapped. Tears, under the friendly laughter of the crowd, flowed with renewed vigor, and Naruko became very scared. What will they do to her? You'll be lucky if they just beat you up, but if something worse, then the contents of the nearest garbage can were poured on her head. There was an unpleasant smell, which stung in the nose and watery eyes. Something nasty, viscous was trickling down the girl's shoulder. The crowd towering over her just laughed. Daddy, Daddy, help me, she whispered in horror, seeing some fat-bellied man swinging. Who are you calling there, orphan? He grinned. And the next second he struck the first blow. Or rather, I tried. Suddenly, his hand collided with some bright orange barrier. There was a nasty crunch, a man broke his arm, and the next second, the whole Naruko was enveloped by a red, bubbly chakra. The girl's stripes on her cheeks became more visible, the nails on her fingers lengthened, even teeth turned into sharp fangs, and a menacing growl escaped from her mouth. Everyone nearby recoiled, yelling something about a true demon. Suddenly, as if by magic, several ANBU fighters appeared. They folded the seals, and a dark purple barrier formed around the girl in the cover of the tailed one, preventing the power of the Kubi from escaping beyond its limits. One of the members of the ANBU, the one in the elephant mask, quickly moved to the girl behind her back, but the red translucent tail hit him in the stomach, and he flew off and crashed into the wall of the house, making a wheeze. While the girl was distracted by this man, another member of the ANBU in an owl mask, ignoring the scratched but Yoko hand, attached a seal to the girl's forehead, and at one point the entire orange chakra disappeared, and the nails and teeth became normal shape and length. The next moment, the scarlet-haired woman fell unconscious on the cold ground. Naruko woke up in a cold sweat. Her eyes were darting wildly in different directions, and she was breathing heavily. The brain was slowly turning on, realizing reality. Releasing her fingers, which were clutching the blanket with force, the girl sat up in bed, looking at her hands. They were the usual size again, and not tiny, as in that nightmare. Somehow getting up, staggering at the same time, but Yoko went to the bathroom. After rinsing with cold water, the girl looked into the wall mirror. What she saw, what was it? Just a bad dream? Or just a fragment of the past that has fallen out of memory? Then why did he suddenly decide to return? "It's all right," a familiar voice whispered in the girl's head, and she realized that all this time her hands were shaking. Dad, what was that? Why don't I remember that? Naruko asked in a low whispered. It happened a long time ago. I'm sorry, I hid it from you, but it was better this way. You shouldn't have remembered that. She nodded weakly and, closing her eyes, tried to calm down. She didn't understand why this memory made such a big splash on her, but she couldn't get rid of this disgusting feeling. The whole day, which began with an unpleasant awakening, went awry. At first Kakashi was 6 hours late, then Sakura was constantly whining, then they weeded some beds, then, dirty, they were looking for a cat that scratched them from head to toe, and only in the late afternoon they returned to the Hokage, tired and fucked up. You are well done, said the Hokage in his slightly creaking voice from old age. Pretty fast and do a good job with every mission that I give you. Kakashi said that your teamwork has improved, which means it's time to give you a bigger mission. Hurrah! Sakura shouted joyfully, but immediately fell silent in shame, noticing the disapproving glances of her teammates. As I said, I will give you a more serious mission. Previously, you only completed tasks of the D rank, but today I will give you the C rank. Your task is to escort one person to the land of waves. His name is Tazuna, and he is an architect. At these words, the door to the Hokage's office opened and a man of about 60 came inside. He had ash-colored hair and an unkempt beard. He had glasses on his nose and an onion-topped hat on his head. This architect smelled so strongly of fumes that Sakura winced. The type was very unpleasant and clearly close to getting drunk in his old age. And this little one will accompany me? Couldn't you find someone stronger? He asked a question. His voice was just unpleasant. It wasn't high or low, hoarse or melodious. Just as unpleasant as Tazuna himself. Excuse me? Sakura asked slowly. You look a little weak. Especially the one with the red hair. What kind of fashion is this for multicolored eyes? Just awful, but Yoko closed her eyes, restraining a burst of anger. It's not her fault that she has heterochromia. The usual team for performing C rank missions, Hokage shrugged. These guys are quite capable, and their mentor is one of Konoha's best shinobi, so don't doubt them. Tazuna gritted his teeth, but said nothing, and then took another sip of the bottle. Okay. Tomorrow at 3 we'll meet at the gate. Hatake defused the situation and drove the Genins home. The surprising thing was that this time Kakashi was only 15 minutes late. Sakura, when she saw Sensei on the horizon, stared in surprise, and he just laughed. They say, I also sometimes know how to come on time, but not that it somehow affected their further campaign. Hatake went first and read his depraved book. Behind him was Sakura, who kept looking back. Behind Sakura, right in the middle of the chain, was Tazuna, who practically did not look up from the bottle. Tazuna was followed by Sasuke, trying to hide the fact that he was terribly stuffy in his high-necked t-shirt. And, finally, Naruko closed the whole chain. She rarely managed to go outside the village. She could count on the fingers of one hand how many times she went out of the gates of Konoha, but each time it was a wonderful feeling. She seemed to fly out of her cage to freedom, having got rid of all the chains that chained her to the village. They had been walking for several hours. The sun was gradually sinking, and Tazuna, who was not used to such long walks, whined that he needed a rest. True, this whining was ignored by Kakashi with amazing fortitude. He kept promising that they would sit down soon, but in fact nothing changed. There will be hot springs next. Another hour or so on foot, Kakashi said thoughtfully, scratching his chin. No, I can't stand it. The architect got angry. And I won't take a step from here, and, as promised, he froze in place, arms crossed over his chest. Hatake sighed heavily. Maybe we really should make a short rest? Sakura offered uncertainly, whose legs were starting to ache quite a lot. She was not used to such loads. For the first time in his life, Sasuke agreed with her, positively grunting, and Haruno, who did not expect such a thing, almost burst into a squeal for the whole neighborhood. Then I suggest we get off the road a little deeper into the forest, Hatake replied slowly. Naruko, following his gaze, raised her eyebrows. There were 2 puddles on the ground. On a hot, sunny day, and 2 puddles. She shook her head, thinking that it was a good attempt, but a failure. Taking a shuriken from her pouch, she threw it into the nearest of the puddles. What are you doing? Haruno gasped in surprise. You can't just throw weapons around like that. Calm down. No, Yoko waved her off. Here the puddles twisted strangely and began to grow, gradually turning from a water mass into quite human figures. Haruno froze with her mouth open, and Sasuke and Naruko, as if on command, surrounded Tazuna, protecting him. How did you recognize us? One of the shinobi asked a question. There are no puddles in the heat, especially with the chakra, Naruko replied, taking out more kunai. What are you doing here? The girl asked the question, but in response she received only steel chains that flew out of the iron glove of one of the shinobi. They were both from Kiri, so their fighting technique was the same. And, most importantly, familiar, but Yoko is like the back of his hand. She easily dodged the first chain, ordering Sakura not to catch flies with her mouth, but to protect the architect, who was so scared that he already dropped a bottle of unfinished sake. Naruko ran at the enemy head-on, and then, easily and quickly moving behind the back of one of the ninjas, struck a kick on the shoulder. The man staggered back, but stood on his feet. Then Kakashi stepped in, who didn't even bother to lift the bandage and activate the Sharingan, but Yoko got a second opponent. He was smaller than his friend, but just as quirky. They met in taijutsu, and the girl could not help but recognize his strength. He beat quickly and clearly, investing in each blow, which is why Naruko flew a couple of times. But no, Yoko herself was not a fool. She dodged the vertical blow, gracefully, like a cat, and then, grabbing the opponent's finger, pulled it in the other direction, breaking it. Shinobi could not restrain himself and screamed, and it was this moment of short distraction from the fight that the girl used to quickly intercept the kunai with her second hand and stick it into the man's leg. He reflexively took a step back, and then Naruko stunned him with a sharp blow to the ear. She could have sworn the man's ears were ringing right now, making the final cut, which caused the shinobi to fall to the ground, but Yoko hit him with a kunai right in the heart. Scarlet blood flowed, soaking into the clothes and staining them in brown and dark colors. The man wheezed, and blood bubbled on his lips, and then he weakened, looking with an unseeing gaze somewhere into the void. He was dead. Naruko got up, pulling out a bloody kunai, and turned around. Kakashi shackled his opponent and waited for her. Sakura and Tazuna turned pale and stared at her, and Sasuke, even though he tried to seem calm, betrayed his condition with trembling hands. You shouldn't have killed him. After all, Sasuke and Sakura are still children, Kakashi said softly. They are primarily shinobi, not children, Naruko snapped. So will you tell me why you attacked us and what you need, or do you want to repeat the fate of your friend? Naruko asked calmly, glancing at the shinobi that Hatake was holding. I won't tell you anything, the man hissed. He moved his tongue strangely in his mouth. Kakashi, immediately realizing what was happening, opened his jaw with his fingers, but it was too late. The prisoner's body went limp, and he fell to the ground, dying. Poison, Hatake gave the verdict. He had it in his mouth the whole time. That's right, and what did you hide from us? He asked the question, turning to Tazuna. The architect muttered something and was covered with perspiration. It seemed that all his hangover disappeared in a moment. He shook and tried to run, but Kakashi blocked his escape route in the blink of an eye. Either you tell everything now, or we leave you here and return to Konoha. How many other different criminals are out there hunting you? Who do you think will kill you first? Let's sit down first. It's a long story. They spread 2 blankets on the grass near the road and sat down. During all this time, no one uttered a sound, and Uchiha constantly looked back at Naruko. And let it not go unnoticed by Haruno, but the girl chose to remain silent. Now she was scared just to be around no Yoko. When they finally sat down, the architect spoke. He told about the past of the country of waves, about poverty, about the bridge and the local oligarch a grouch who wanted to subjugate the local population. Tadzuna called himself the last hope of his country, and then tried to put pressure on Pity with stories about his son and grandson. Sakura got emotional, hiding from the others a single tear that rolled down her cheek. The others remained silent. We will continue the mission, since we have taken up it. After a while Hatake gave a verdict. But under several conditions. First of all, we are still sending the Hokage bird. Secondly, I become the leader and head of the mission. If I think it has become too dangerous, we will immediately return to Konoha. Thirdly, from now on, you always tell us the whole truth. Is that clear? Tazuna nodded weakly. Naruko understood why Kakashi decided to continue the mission. Nevertheless, with the successful completion of the task, Konoha will have a small, but long-playing ally in the form of a wave country, which in itself is already good. On the other hand, she was against it. The mission was dangerous for Sasuke and Sakura. Especially for Sakura. An hour later, they set off again and did not take any breaks until they reached the hot springs. A lone boat with 6 passengers was sailing under the unfinished bridge, cutting the smooth water surface. The boat practically did not make any noise, only the man with the paddle occasionally sighed heavily. Sakura was silent, shifting her uncertain gaze from Naruko to Sasuke, not even knowing what to say. They had been on the road for a day and a half, and that was more than enough time for Haruno to comprehend everything that had happened. Namely, the murder committed by no Yoko. The girl at that moment was ruthless to her enemy, and this scared Sakura. It seemed incredible to her that you could just wave your hand like that, depriving someone of life. She tried not to think about the fact that killing is a part of Shinobi's life, and one day it will also be waiting for her. Sasuke, unlike Sakura, did not digest what had happened for so long. He had already seen death, thus awakening Sharingan. These shinobi were nothing to him. The only thing he regretted was that he was absolutely useless in this situation and could not help his team. Kakashi looked thoughtfully at the book. Because of the fog, he could hardly see what was written there, but the man did not care. He knew all the pages by heart, and hiding his face behind a thick binding calmed him, gave him the opportunity to reflect and look very busy so that no one would touch. Tazuna, who had not taken a sip of the bottle for the second day, but behaved quite adequately and normally, was sitting on pins and needles, which could not escape the penetrating gaze of Naruko. It means that new stronger enemies are waiting for them. On the one hand, this is good. But on the other hand, you will have to worry more about protecting Sasuke, Tazuna, and Sakura. Why are we sailing in such silence? And why are we swimming at all, and not walking? It's faster on foot. Sakura couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere, because it's safer that way. Please, please, keep your voice down, Kakashi literally whispered back to her. But why? We're shinobi. We can fight back against the enemies. We don't have to hide. The girl frowned. There are shinobi who are many times stronger than me, and even more so than you. The fact that we met two ninjas from the mist who were hired by someone means that there will be other enemies. Our main task is to protect Mr. Tazuna from the Nukanons from other hidden villages, Naruko answered her quietly. Unnecessary clashes with enemies are undesirable for us. With every second there are more and more chakras in the air, so be silent, Kakashi cut them off, looking up from the book and putting it in his pouch. What are you talking about? Sasuke tensed up. The enemy is somewhere nearby, Hatake replied shortly. As if on command, everyone tensed, peering warily into the misty void. Finally, the boat gently collided with the shore. Shinobi carefully got out of it and helped the architect to get out. The man who remained at the oar waved goodbye and hurried away. Suddenly, the bushes nearby stirred, and a white rabbit jumped out. A pet rabbit. Only Sakura and Sasuke calmly exhaled, as in the next second something whistled over their heads and crashed into a tree. Naruko barely managed to grab the teammates by the tops of their heads and put pressure on them, forcing them to bow their heads so as not to lose them. The object that nearly decapitated them turned out to be a huge sword with a round hole closer to the tip. The sword fit perfectly into the tree, piercing it exactly as much as was necessary. Then the silhouette of a man with a naked torso materialized on the spot. He was wearing light baggy trousers with vertical stripes. On his feet he had rag boots of brown and white camouflage colors. On the man's hands were long armbands of the same color as the boots. The lower part of the stranger's face was hidden by a bandage, but it took Naruko 5 seconds to realize who was standing in front of her: Momochi Zabuza, a dangerous criminal from Kirigakure. And another one of the 7 swordsmen, which suggested that they might not be able to cope with such an opponent. He was too strong. Give me the architect and I won't touch you, Zabuza said in a cold, rough voice, looking at the audience with some disdain. And if we refuse? Naruko asked calmly, trying to quickly make up a battle tactic in her head with such an enemy. As luck would have it, nothing worked. Who is this? Sakura asked quietly. This is Momochi Zabuza, Hatake also answered her quietly. Who is he? Now is not the time to tell stories, Sakura, Naruko interrupted, narrowing her eyes. The perfect plan was already lined up in her head. That's just going to be bad if something suddenly goes wrong. What an interesting company. The architect I have to kill is the last of the Uchiha clan, copying Ninja Kakashi and Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, Zabuza said slowly, showing his sharp teeth. I wonder what you will be like in the case. With that, Momochi pulled out his sword that he was standing on and landed gently. The fog thickened instantly, the amount of chakra in it doubled, and Naruko felt somehow awkward. It felt like 1,000 pairs of eyes were looking at her. Undoubtedly, it was a simple influence of Nukanon's technique, but it didn't make it any easier. Guard Tazuna-san, Hatake ordered curtly, and the children stood around the architect. Kakashi held up his bandana, showing off a red eye with a small black pupil and 3 commas around it. Sharingan in all its glory. Sasuke caught his breath. He did not understand how such a thing could happen, that a non-member of the Uchiha clan had a Sharingan. And the next second, a clang of metal was heard. It was Hatake who took out a kunai and tried to fight off the enemy's huge sword with it. Of course, it was useless. Where is some piece of iron to a real sword? However, the copying ninja was surprisingly confident and steadfast. not losing either in speed, strength, or strategy, which made the fight between the two men seem both fascinating and terrible. The enemies moved then smoothly, then abruptly. Sparks flew from the contact of the two weapons. They fought as if for the last time, sparing neither themselves nor the enemy. Sakura even opened her mouth slightly, relaxing, for which she paid the next moment. Very close to her ear, something cut the air with all its might, and then metal clanged. The girl turned around in fear. It was Zabuza who moved to the architect and raised his sword over him, intending to kill him, but a small katana no Yoko took over the enemy's blow. With one hand, the girl stopped Momochi's blow, and with the other, she sharply stabbed him in the side with a kunai. The man recoiled from surprise, clearly not expecting such a rush from the Jinchuriki, lost control of what was happening for a second, and the fog began to dissipate. Kakashi appeared before the genins, with small scarlet spots on his clothes, and his clothes were torn in several places. Momochi, holding on to his wounded side, jumped away from the genins. Reflecting the attacks of Naruko, she decided to attack while there was such an opportunity. She waved her katana, deftly turning her wrist and anticipating his next move from the Nukenin stance. The man, even if he had not previously been set up for any prolonged battle, was clearly pleased with the girl's skills, having seen the potential in her. How funny it turned out, Momochi chuckled, blocking Kunoichi's blow. You and I both grew up alone, without family and parents. They learned to kill people early, and both are demons. However, instead of trying to destroy all those who hate you, you protect them. I'm the opposite. Because I know who I'm fighting for, and you only care about yourself. No Yoko answered him, striking a new blow, which, in principle, Zabuza easily blocked. Hatake came to Naruko's aid, who, unnoticed by Nukenin, clenched his right hand into a fist, then unclenched and clenched again, leaving only the little finger in sight. Nodding, the girl moved away from the two men, creating 5 clones. They surrounded Tadzuna and her teammates. The commander's order was more than clear to her, and she did not dare to resist him, even when she saw that he was locked in the Momochi clone's water prison without the ability to move. Then a clone of Zabuza threw a kunai at Sasuke. But Yoko, who expected that Uchiha would now dodge such a stupid and obvious attack, was extremely surprised when she realized that he did not even think to duck. I had to act on my own. Sasuke woke up only when rare drops of scarlet blood splashed on his face. He blinked in surprise and touched his cheek, feeling something wet, and then removed his palm, looking at her. The fingertips were red. He looked up, and his eyes widened in surprise. Naruko was standing in front of him. Her back seemed so fragile and strong at the same time that the boy was speechless. And then no Yoko raised her hand, pulling Momochi's weapon out of it. The blood flowed harder. What are you standing for? The girl asked angrily. I'm not going to save you every time. He began absently. Protect Sakura and Tazuna while I deal with this, the girl interrupted him. She gripped the katana more comfortably in her hand. Both of her eyes turned red, and her facial features sharpened. The stripes became even clearer than in everyday life, and the aura instantly became heavier, impregnated with something vile, poisonous and acidic. Such that it will burn any obstacle in its path. Sasuke heard Sakura swallow, and then she began to grow real fox ears, red, with black spots on the tips. Nails sharpened, turning into claws, a reddish, barely noticeable chakra enveloped the body, and a real fluffy tail beat on the legs. Naruko was like a fox, just as predatory and dangerous. She exuded power, the kind that Sasuke didn't even feel from his own brother. It was as if no Yoko was a real demon, dangerous and deadly. And as if all this time the residents of Konoha were right, and the next second the girl disappeared, taking off from her seat, so quickly that Uchiha didn't even have time to blink an eye. And nod. It looks like she decided to leave you, Momochi grinned, but the next second jumped aside, feeling a painful spasm in his whole body. Nukenin abruptly turned to face the lake. Kakashi was still in the water prison without the ability to move. But Naruko was standing next to Zabuza's clone. She held the clone by the shoulder, pouring her wild poisonous chakra into him. At some point, the clone just burst, like a balloon, and drops of water fell back into the lake. Hatake, once free, did not hesitate, but ran to Zabuza, folding seals. Momochi felt that his chakra channels were burning. It was hot and hot, his body seemed to be corroding from the inside. But, despite all the painful sensations, the ninja did not even twitch an eye, only clenched his teeth tightly and with a decapitator crushed the miserable stone wall created by Hatake, and then Nuknin folded the seals. Hatake instantly began to repeat after him, ahead of him by a fraction of a second thanks to his Sharingan. Two identical techniques collided, falling like a waterfall to the ground. And then another and another. Sakura screamed, the water was icy. Sasuke shivered, and Tazuna cursed with gusto, but everything suddenly stopped, as if the storm had subsided in an instant. Two thin needles whistled through the air, and then pierced Momochi's neck. He jerked, not having time to fold the last seal of the bowl, and Kakashi's technique fell on him like an avalanche of water, burying him under it. When the copying ninja realized that something had happened, he hurried to remove the excess water. Naruko was right there. Cautiously crouching next to Nuknin, she touched his carotid artery, feeling his pulse. He wasn't there. He's dead, no. Yoko informed everyone and looked up at the branch of the nearest tree. There was a tall, skinny kid standing there, judging by his figure. His face was hidden by the mask of the fog cleaner, a special unit in Kurigakura, which was engaged in tracking down Nukanins and killing them. Once Naruko also performed a similar job, after which she boldly recognized it as not the most pleasant. I'll take him, the boy said coldly and landed next to Zabuza. Thin senbons were clamped between his fingers. Owen? Naruko asked in the same tone. I came late. I came as soon as I could. I saved you, and now I have to go. I had a task to kill Zabuza Momochi, and I completed it. Okay. Take him away, but Yoko got up and walked away. The boy picked up Zabuza's heavy body as if it weighed nothing, took his sword and disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a pleasant smell of some wildflowers. Judging by the complexion, the young man was not much older than Naruko, but he was already doing such a dangerous job, which made the girl only sigh heavily. Kiri always didn't care how old you were or what you thought. They told you to kill, kill. They said to find and torture, torture. I don't care if you're 10 or 30. Embarked on the path of shinobi, so be kind to observe it. The girl did not like this attitude, and therefore she was even glad that she was Konoha's shinobi, and not Kiri. On the other hand, the village of List was not ideal. There, on the contrary, they treated shinobi children too gently. The same Sakura was a typical representative of a flower child who never thought about what it really means to be a ninja. After a couple of seconds of silence, Kakashi weakly sank to the ground, hoarsely saying that this fight had exhausted him. Having got used to peaceful life, he was not at all ready for a short, but rather difficult fight with a serious opponent. We will help you walk, said Sasuke, helping the teacher to stand up and becoming his support. Hatake leaned on the boy with almost all his weight. His own legs were failing the man. Come on. It's dangerous to stay here, no, Yoko said. She became the same again, the fox features disappeared, as if they had never existed, and the eye turned blue again, like Kushina's. Hatake smiled a little, his student now looked so much like her mother. They walked slowly in complete silence. After some time, Sasuke replaced Tazuna, who turned out to be stronger than the boy. Kakashi, who had recovered a little, began to walk more confidently, but still occasionally stumbled over rocks on the road. Who are the Jinchuriki? Sakura suddenly asked, plotting somewhere at the end. Naruko turned to her teammate, looking at her with all her eyes, which made the girl feel somehow awkward. She tried to look away, riveting him to the landscape, but it didn't make it any easier. Are you serious? No, Yoko asked softly. Perhaps I will repeat myself, but are you sure that you are the best student in the class? You don't have to answer my question, Haruno snapped back. Actually, I don't know who it is either, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. What do you have to do with Jinchuriki? But Yoko looked at the road in front of her again, turning back. She did not expect that the academy would be silent about the very fact of the existence of Jinchuriki in this world. On the one hand, it was good, fewer questions, but on the other it was terrible. The children were released uneducated, not knowing the whole truth about this world. Jinchuriki are people whose bodies are nothing more than vessels for Biju, Naruko replied. I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed. 13 years ago, the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life and my mother's life to seal the Kyuubi in me. Sakura pursed her lips, and everything fell into place for Sasuke. So that's why the residents of Konoha hated no Yoko so much. They saw her as a Kyuubi, not a child. It explained everything, but it didn't excuse anyone. Uchiha thought again about how unfair this world is. In the evening they came to Tadzuna's house. There they were warmly welcomed by the architect's daughter. Naruko and Sakura were put in one room, Sasuke in another, to Inari, who was dissatisfied with this, and Kakashi was given a separate small room in which only a futon and a table could be placed. The genins went to bed closer to night, having eaten a hearty meal before that. At the same time, Naruko installed several barriers at home, not wanting to meet unwanted guests in only pajamas. It turned out that there was only one futon for them and Sakura, but it was wide. But Yoko settled comfortably on one end, and Haruno carefully lay down on the other, covering herself with a blanket, and even though Sakura managed to get terribly tired during the day, sleep did not go to her in any way. She tossed and turned, looking for a comfortable position, but could not find it. Thoughts flashed through my head, but in all of them there was Naruko. How strong, ruthless, strange, scary, nasty, smart, beautiful, and disgusting she was. Haruno was jealous of her to Sasuke, not from scratch. She saw both the long looks of Uchiha and the strength of no Yoko, for which she could be respected. It's not surprising that the boy was more attracted to such a self-sufficient personality as Naruko than Sakura. Just Sakura, in addition to knowledge and control of the chakra, she did not stand out much, and now the girl herself understood this, but it only made her feel dirtier. Sakura, don't be a jerk. You're disturbing my sleep. Naruko's sleepy voice sounded nearby, and Haruno felt anger boil up in her. She gritted her teeth, mentally cursing her futon neighbor, and then clenched her hands into fists. Kakashi gave them a training session for tomorrow, and Haruno was sure that she could show who was the best here. With these thoughts, she fell asleep, and when she woke up it was already morning. The sun was shining through the window, and the place next to Sakura was empty. Apparently, Naruko had already got up and went down to the first floor, from where breakfast smelled so delicious. Haruno washed her face and went down. Everyone was sitting at the table except Kakashi and Inari, a boy whom Kunoichi had seen only once, and then, briefly, did not want to come down. Today you will have a training session. What happened showed me that you are not ready to face a real enemy, Hatake said, going down to the first floor. Training? Sasuke perked up. What are we going to do? You'll see, Sensei promised vaguely, and then sat down on a chair and began to chew the breakfast so kindly served by Tsunami-san. When the meal was over, Hatake took the genins out into the fresh air in the forest next to the house. He began to tell the essence of the training a little from afar, talking about the academy and basic chakra management skills that are simply necessary for any shinobi. It will improve your control. Even if it seems to you now that it is perfect, it is not. There's not much else you can do. It is necessary to improve so that any techniques are given easier. And we'll start with the simplest. Naruko, climb the tree without using your hands. The girl nodded and went to the nearest trunk. She put one foot on it first, then the other, and then began to slowly climb up, being parallel to the ground. Haruno opened her mouth, and Sasuke blinked his eyes. Once upon a time he saw Itachi doing this, but then he just took it for his brother's super cool technique, which only he owns. Repeat after her. Try to climb to the top of the tree. As soon as you can, start the second part of the workout. Naruko, keep an eye on them while I go to rest, Sensei yawned. He grabbed his crutches more comfortably and hobbled back to the house. He left us? Sakura asked in an incredulous tone. And when we get up, do we have to run after him again? Get up first, Uzumaki said from above. She perched on a thick branch and sat on it, dangling her legs and swinging them slightly. Sakura felt her rage boil up. Grunting, Kunoichi put first one, then the other foot on the trunk, straining all the muscles to concentrate the chakra in the feet, but, as soon as the girl walked a couple of steps, she fell to the ground with a ringing cry and hit her head. Don't strain yourself so much, Naruko advised. You'd better relax. And to make it quite simple, you can try with a run. Sasuke followed Naruko's advice. Stepping back a little, he ran away. The first steps along the trunk were easy, and then the chakra in the feet weakened, and the guy fell down, but managed to turn over in the air and land on his feet. It's going to be a long day, Naruko concluded. INANBU, those who do not know how to stay on the water or a vertical surface are immediately taught this, so Kunoichi could now afford to relax and enjoy the rest while her teammates work hard. The girl was always amazed by the fact that such concentration was not taught at the academy. In theory, this educational institution should give ninjas all the skills they need, but in reality it turned out that knowledge from the academy is useful only in 10% of cases. The training continued. Sakura was making clear progress, which could not be said about Sasuke. If Haruno had almost perfect chakra control, then Uchiha had a limp. His limit was 3 miserable meters. It seems to be good for the first day, but in their situation, when the enemy can attack at any moment, everything was terrible. Don't pinch and don't strain. You pay too much attention to control, which is why you can't do anything. Perceive the chakra as, I do not know, your finger or hand, which you control rather on a subconscious level. Your excessive concentration is ruining you, Naruko instructed. Sasuke could only clench his teeth and try again and again. It's easy to say, but not to do. He could not relax his own attention, because he was afraid to break at any moment. It seems that even Sakura had already survived her fear, and this infuriated Uchiha even more. Calm down, Naruko ordered in a cold tone. Then she jumped down to Sasuke and stood next to him. A quick movement, pressing with one finger, and the Uchiha's body relaxed. All the tension instantly evaporated, and the muscles did not respond to the orders of the brain, refusing to strain again. Now go. Don't think about falling, think about going up. The more afraid you are, the less you will succeed. Please remember that. The boy, looking straight into Naruko's multicolored eyes, nodded. He walked up to the tree and took the first step. Sasuke felt the gaze of his teammates behind his back, but he no longer strained, he simply could not. Naruko knew about the existence of a point that helped to relax for as much as an hour, and she sincerely hoped that this would help Uchiha, and, as it turned out, it helped. He was able to climb as much as 6 meters, twice as much as he could before. When Uchiha landed, he looked in surprise at the remaining notch that he managed to leave. And then he turned to Naruko. There was so much gratitude in his eyes that the girl was already embarrassed. You're welcome. Now go on, she said, stepping aside. For some reason, the heart accelerated its course when Naruko, yawning, was returning home to Tezuna's family. Sasuke and Sakura's training, in general, was going well, but they still had a lot to grow. Considering the fact that this is just a tree, and an unstable surface of water is waiting for them ahead suddenly, but Yoko caught the sobs out of the corner of her ear. She froze, immediately realizing who they belonged to. The girl bit her lip, wondering what to do. She did not want to call Minari at all, since he still managed to express a couple of affectionate words to her in the morning. It's not that Naruko herself somehow paid attention to the rudeness on the part of the child, but she didn't want to face him, she just wanted to spoil her nerves, and then she heard heavy, somewhat awkward footsteps. It was Kakashi, still moving with some difficulty. He was leaving the house, so Naruko, standing on the other side, could not notice, but the girl was sure that he felt her. Hatake sighed heavily and walked over to Inari. "Why are you crying? Is there any reason to cry?" he asked in a somewhat rude manner. "Leave me alone," the boy snapped, "it's none of your business." But Yoko pursed her lips. The ANBU would have been given penalty training and some kind of punishment for such behavior long ago. She knew it by herself. "I remember a long time ago, she was a couple of times insolent to the elders, for which she later served her sentence. Just the same, it's mine. We came to help you, but you're against it." "We can't help someone who doesn't want to," Kakashi replied, frowning at the darkening sky. "Get out of here. You will not be able to defeat Gato and his shinobi. Only death awaits you here. You can't handle him. There's nothing to be heroic about. There are no heroes. Save your life and sail away from here, otherwise you will all die." In the end, the boy became so angry that he unconsciously raised his voice, and now he seemed to be on the verge of hysteria. But Yoko shook her head, listening to what would happen next. She didn't really care about this Gato with his shinobi. Of course, she had heard of this man, but only in fits and starts. She wasn't interested in rich people from other countries trying to push their goods into the land of fire. Similarly, she wasn't interested in renegade shinobi. But Yoko knew she could handle many of them. And if not on his own, then Kurama was always ready to share his strength. "You don't know us well," Kakashi replied. "We're not that weak. I am one of Konoha's strongest ninjas." At that moment, Inari snorted derisively. "I know it sounds ridiculous in my position, but I'm too relaxed. Now that I know what to expect from the enemy, I'll be ready. I can say the same about the others." Sasuke, although he is still just studying, already owns several complex techniques. He's a genius. He is developing rapidly, and he will be ready for the next meeting with the enemy. Sakura has excellent chakra control. She does not yet know where to go and where to apply herself, but there is nothing wrong with that. I think she will find her calling soon. Naruko, who was standing around the corner, folded her arms on her chest. She understood perfectly well that Kakashi was not saying this to Inari, but to her, so that she would stop treating Uchiha and Haruno in particular with some inherent disdain. "And the third one?" Sobbing, already on the verge of calm, the boy asked. "Naruko is very strong. She'll make a great shinobi. She's halfway there now. She has a huge potential, and she knows how to make it a reality. One day, very soon, the day will come when she will surpass me. It's just a matter of time." But Yoko smiled a little, lowering her head. Still, Kakashi, even though he looked like a stale cracker and did not behave like a sensei, still looked closely at each of his team. It was commendable and even somewhat embarrassing. Soon Kakashi left, and after another 10 minutes Inari disappeared into his room. He no longer screamed or cried, but behaved quietly and calmly. The girl was sure that Hataki's words made him think. She took a deep breath of the evening air. "I didn't want to sleep at all, as well as go into the house." Naruko, having written a short note that she was unlikely to return home today and that she could not look for her, went back to the forest, but now not in the direction where Sakura and Sasuke were training, but in the opposite direction. At first, but Yoko just swept shurikens into the nearest tree, but she quickly got bored with this activity. So she stretched out on the grass, slightly damp after the evening dew, and stared at the sky. She knew very few constellations, only those that she was taught, so that in the future she could find her way home to Konoha from anywhere. Contemplating the stars, the girl herself did not notice how she plunged into a doze, which soon turned into a sweet dream, which, however, was quickly disrupted. It seemed to Naruko that she had just closed her eyes and relaxed, as the grass rustled nearby, and with her sixth sense she felt someone else's presence. Without opening her eyes, the girl continued to lie down. The stranger sat down not far from her and, judging by the sounds, began to pick some herbs. Then, but Yoko still opened her eyes and turned her head. Not far from her sat a sweet girl with delicate features and long hair. She looked so feminine and sophisticated that for a second Naruko was pierced by a needle of envy. The girl herself did not remind herself of someone equally gentle. More like a hedgehog with thorns. And then the girl frowned. The footsteps, though light, clearly belonged to a man. Does this mean that there is a guy in front of her? Then, but Yoko is doubly envious. Oh, you're awake. Hi. I didn't want to wake you up, the girl said in a gentle voice, or was it still a guy? Hi, Naruko greeted. I didn't expect to see anyone here. Judging by the sun, it's about 6 in the morning. What are you doing here? Collecting herbs, came the laconic reply. Are you working this early? I love the morning, she shrugged. And you, if you're talking about what I forgot here, then I was sleeping here. If it's about whether I love the morning, then no. Naruko tilted her head slightly to her right shoulder, trying to figure out where she could have seen or felt this girl before. She looked like someone, but no chakra emanated from the stranger. So, either it's just a local, or a shinobi who is masterfully hiding. That's how. Must be cool to be a shinobi? The stranger continued, getting up. Everything has its pros and cons, Yoko replied, but while many dream of being shinobi, shinobi themselves dream of being ordinary people. A vicious circle. What's your name? But Yoko Naruko. And you, Haku? Just a hack. A man's name, Naruko nodded. So I am a guy. Well, maybe, but Yoko Naruko. Maybe we'll meet again, and he left. The girl was left alone in the clearing, frowning slightly. There was something wrong with this just a hack, and the guesses that came to Jinchuriki's mind did not like her at all. They have already seen this Haku. Now she understood, there was something in common between that Oinen and Haku. Their movements were equally smooth, their gait equally light, their manner of speaking equally unhurried and mysterious. The puzzle was lined up in a picture, and Naruko, tucking her knees, buried her face in their face, with a strangled moan. Haku is that Oinen. And judging by the fact that he didn't just leave after completing the mission to catch Zabuza, but also collects medicinal herbs early in the morning, Momochi is still alive. The news is simply disgusting. After 2 weeks of painstaking work, the bridge was completed. It was huge and magnificent, really connected the two countries and promised to become a symbol of the future peace treaty. A lot of work has been invested in this bridge. The builders worked tirelessly, in several shifts, with short breaks for lunch and dinner. They came to work at 7 in the morning, and left at 10 in the evening, when the sun was hiding behind the horizon. At the same time, Kakashi's team also had to stay awake. It was decided to divide into 2 groups. Sasuke and Naruko were in one, and Kakashi and Sakura were in the other. Such a division was due to the fact that each team had someone strong, a leader who could quickly navigate what was happening and give orders. Such were Hitaki and no Yoko, and someone who would carry out these orders, whether it was an urgent withdrawal of architects from the battlefield or the need to convey the message to the rest of the teams. Naruko and Sasuke were usually on duty in the morning, and Kakashi and Sakura were on duty in the evening. Sometimes they changed schedules, but this happened extremely rarely. It was impossible not to follow what was happening. Now that it was clear that Zabuza was alive and well, and Gato clearly had many more henchmen nearby, I had to be on my guard. In fact, the renegade shinobi made their way to the bridge several times, intending to create a diversion, but Kakashi and Naruko, who were on duty at that time, stopped these attempts, taking the enemies far away. Sasuke and Sakura knew about this, and therefore, while their partners were absent, they watched the neighborhood more closely. It's amazing how quickly people can build a bridge to save themselves, no Yoko once said a few days before the work was finished. All people are trying to survive, Uchiha replied vaguely, casting a quick glance at his partner. During the time they spent together, they did not often chat, but it was only good for Sasuke himself. He did not like such talkative people like Sakura, and therefore Naruko looked very advantageous in the eyes of Uchiha against her background. They were very successful in learning to understand each other without a word, and this was surprising, since they had hardly communicated before. Despite their mutual sympathy, no one was going to take the first step, silently agreeing to focus on the current mission. When the bridge was completed and there was only one problem with checking the last bolts, team number 7 was going home. We have fulfilled our mission. We defended Tazuna-san until the bridge was completed. Now you can go home, Kakashi said at the general evening meeting. You mean home? But Tazuna-san could be attacked at any moment by Gato's men. Yes, as soon as we leave. Sakura was indignant, frowning with displeasure at her thin pink eyebrows. It's all right. A squad from Konoha should arrive in a couple of hours, Naruko reassured her. We'll meet them on the bridge. In the meantime, pack your things. That was settled. The guys had very few things, a couple of sets of change of clothes, a first aid kit, kunai, food for the road, and that was it. All the luggage was quickly divided between 4 backpacks, and therefore, after saying goodbye to the Tadzuna family, they still had to escort the architect to the bridge. They set off, but the closer they got to the bridge, the clearer it became that something was wrong. Kakashi froze, and everyone froze after him. The fog thickened, and there was so much familiar chakra in it that there was no need to even ask whose it was. Zabuza recovered and was ready to attack. Let's go slowly. We cannot avoid this meeting. If he doesn't see us here, he will come home to Tazuna-san, and then everyone will suffer, Kakashi said. He lifted the blindfold covering his eye, and this served as a signal for everyone to be on guard and not relax in any case. The enemy could attack from anywhere, and we must be ready for this at any moment. Everyone got kunai. Naruko, closing her eyes for a second, opened them again, and now they were both scarlet, with a narrow black pupil. 100 smells instantly hit my nose, starting with sweat and ending with rice in my backpack. She raised her hand and with a short but well-aimed movement threw the kunai into the darkness. A second later, the smell of blood appeared in the air, and the fog began to slowly dissipate. The weapon hit exactly on target. Yet the fog of Zabuza was not only his strongest weapon, but also his Achilles heel. It's commendable that you saw me, the shinobi grunted, pulling the kunai out of his shoulder, wincing slightly. This time he was wearing a black t-shirt, and not flaunting his bare torso, as before. He also looked healthy and full of strength, and nothing in Nukanen's appearance indicated that he had just been unable to walk. Next to him was the same Oinen, still in the same clothes and the same mask. There was no doubt, they are allies, and behind the mask hides the effeminate face of a teenage boy. The senbons in his hands smelled dangerously of metal and someone else's blood, and there was also something so cold and fresh from the young man, like the first snow or a piece of ice on a frozen lake. I'll take care of these two, the young man said coldly, pointing in the direction of Naruko and Uchiha. Then I'll finish with their teacher. Last time we didn't seem to finish, Momochi chuckled, stretching his powerful neck. Sakura, guard Tazuna-san, Hatake instantly ordered. Try to get him out of here somewhere safe. If you see enemies, run. But Haruna wanted to be indignant. That's an order, Hatake said. Yes, she agreed, lowering her head and standing closer to the bridge builder. And the next second, Haku raised his hand. Sasuke missed the moment when the young man threw his senbons at them, but he felt a thin needle piercing his flesh on his leg. He screamed, jumping back. Naruko landed nearby. Earlier, she managed to repel the enemy's attack with her kunai. He's pushing us away from Sensei and Sakura, she said quickly, beating off the next batch of needles, which fell on the bridge with a loud clang. Are we going to break back? No. Let's not disturb Sensei, but Yoko shook her head, and then a sharp needle finally bit into her shoulder, and the girl clenched her teeth. It hurt. Apparently, Haku was aiming just at the pain points. In many textbooks that Sasuke read during his studies at the academy, the simplest but most effective tactics were explained. according to which strong opponents should first be divided, forcing them to fight one by one. And then, to lead them both into a trap from which they will not be able to get out so easily. And finally, the last step, to kill a weakened opponent. It didn't take much time to realize that the hack was following exactly this tactic. However, at some point it became too late to retreat, and huge ice mirrors appeared around Naruko and Sasuke in a couple of seconds. They reeked of cold, and such as if it was not spring outside, but the middle of winter. Uchiha dispersed the chakra through the channels. Now, thanks to classes with no Yoko and Kakashi, it became easier for him to control his chakra, so the problem of warming up became a matter of 5 seconds. Haku's trap turned out to be not so much a cage of mirrors as Haku's ability to move very quickly between them, which gave him an ideal opportunity to attack enemies from all sides. It seemed impossible to follow his movements. Even the fox eyes of no Yoko could not cope, which is why she could not dodge all the senbons at once, only part of them. The second part stitched her body. The suit was slowly but surely soaked in blood. "We need to destroy these damn mirrors," Uchiha hissed in pain. Naruko nodded. The enemy was literally surrounding them. "Wherever you go, a bunch of senbons are flying at you from everywhere. There is not a single opportunity to take the slightest step aside." Moreover, it was impossible to understand where Haku was attacking from. He was everywhere and absolutely nowhere at the same time. The weapon did not reach the mirrors, and she was afraid to use any techniques, but Yoko, because of the narrow space, she could severely injure Uchiha. Sasuke began to put together a series of seals. "Kato, Gokakyu no Jutsu," he said, spitting fire out of his mouth, but it didn't help. The mirrors did not melt, but even on the contrary, they condensed, became thicker than they were. And Naruko felt the heat of the fire on her face. A strand of her hair was charred, still there was not enough space for such techniques. "The more I look at his movements, the better I see his movements. Can you attack him somehow? Distract them there," Uchiha whispered. Naruko nodded. She realized what was happening, and it raised her morale. If Sasuke began to slowly distinguish the movements of Haku, then it means that right now he is developing his Sharingan. This is good, very good. Uchiha becomes stronger right in battle, but Yoko had no choice. Their only chance to get out of here is if Sasuke can anticipate the enemy's movements and attack first. Naruko, as sad as it may sound, was powerless in such a situation. She folded the middle and index fingers of 2 hands in a cross, creating a dozen shadow clones around her. She learned this technique a long time ago when she was just given access to the Hokage library. The clones, as one, rushed to the ice mirrors, but all, as one, were scattered. A small smoke rose, blocking the view, and at that moment Naruko jumped up to the mirror, trying to break it with a kunai, but as soon as the tip of the weapon came into contact with the icy surface, senbons flew into it, and the girl had to urgently dodge them. Unfortunately, several pieces got into her palm and calves. "Naruko!" Uchiha jumped up to the girl and put his hands on her shoulders, looking at how the clothes around the needles are soaked with blood. "Everything is fine." Kurama's daughter put her palm on Sasuke's hand, sharply pulled the young man to her, so much so that he almost fell. Several senbons flew right over Uchiha's head, and he mentally thanked the girl. "Can you use the clones again?" Sasuke whispered in her ear. Goosebumps ran down no Yoko's back, but she pulled herself together and, standing up, created several clones again. The clones rushed to the mirrors, but immediately divorced. Once again. The girl frowned, creating clones and rushing to the ice mirrors. The clones scattered again, being pierced by Haku senbons. Using the same technique, relying on Sasuke, Naruko felt hurt and humiliated. All those years in the ANBU were stupidity and a waste of time. The girl was sick of herself. The only thing she could do now was create some damn clones. Needles, both in the body of no Yoko and in the body of Sasuke, became more and more. Suddenly the boy raised his hand, stopping his teammates' attempts. She froze in place. Uchiha's eyes turned scarlet, and Tomo twisted around the pupil. He finally saw all the enemy's movements. Now Haku couldn't keep up, whose actions for Sasuke were now like in slow motion. The boy with a slight movement brought Naruko behind him, noticing which mirror the enemy would jump into next, took more air into his lungs and blew out several small balls. Some of them hit the mirrors, and one singed the enemy's pants. Naruko, who was standing behind her teammate, reached for the small scrolls that she had in her hip bag. The girl suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. They couldn't get out of the ice prison on their own, but with the help of Kurama, they could. And the question of protecting Sasuke from the poisonous fox chakra was solved quite simply. The girl was just going to impose a couple of different barriers on him, which, when used together, would be able to protect Uchiha. Without hesitating for a second, she took out these scrolls and opened them with a quick and easy movement. Then she threw it on the floor and folded several seals. "Trust me," she said simply, and Sasuke nodded. He couldn't help but trust Naruko. He was immediately surrounded by a glowing golden dome. After checking that everything was in order, but Yoko turned her back to Sasuke, concentrating. The fiery red chakra of Kurama spread through her channels, which, like a hurricane, swept away the mirrors, shattering them into small pieces. Haku flew out of one of the fragments and landed quite successfully on his feet. Taking out new senbons, he threw them at no Yoko, but they dissolved in the acid red fox chakra. The wounds that had been inflicted on her earlier had healed, leaving behind only small holes on her clothes and red bloodstains. Naruko made a deceptive maneuver and hit the distracted guy with her fist on the chin, and when he flew up, jumped up and kicked him in the left cheek with a U-turn. The young man flew off, hitting the stone bridge with his tailbone and elbow. But Yoko was there in the blink of an eye, sitting on Haku's stomach and raising her fist to strike. The guy, realizing that the case smelled fried, began to squirm under the girl. He folded the seals with one hand, and a huge block of ice grew behind Naruko, but it began to dissolve with a menacing hiss upon contact with the Kyuubi chakra. "It's useless," the girl grinned, taking out a kunai. Suddenly, understanding flashed in Yuki's eyes, and he relaxed. The tension disappeared from his muscles, and a slight smile blossomed on his lips. "Thank you," he whispered a second before the kunai was thrust into his heart. Only then did no Yoko, blinking, realize what had happened. Haku wanted her to kill him, so he stopped resisting. And she did it. The girl swallowed a viscous saliva. It wasn't the first time she'd killed, or even the second, but never before had an enemy thanked her for dying. She stood up, swaying slightly. The use of the Kyuubi chakra sucked a lot of strength out of her. The girl shifted her gaze to Sasuke. He was still surrounded by a barrier. He was lying in a strange, unnatural position, and Naruko, fearing that he had suddenly died, flew up to Uchiha, removing all barriers and putting her fingers to the carotid artery. Those long seconds during which she tried to feel his pulse seemed to know Yoko for hours. But now, a very imperceptible heartbeat was given off by a slight tremor on her bloody fingers. Sasuke was alive, just passed out due to too much blood loss. The girl turned her gaze to Kakashi. He thrust Chidori right into Zabuza's stomach, tearing muscles and internal organs. Hataki's bloody fingers stuck out from the back of the nuke knee. Naruko smiled. "So Momochi won't miraculously resurrect again," she exhaled in a relaxed way, when suddenly she felt the chakra of at least 50 new enemies. Undoubtedly, they were all weaker than Haku or Zabuza, but not that no Yoko or Kakashi were able to fight them now. The girl clenched her teeth. "We'll have to work a little harder. Sakura, Tazuna-san, come here," she called to her teammate and the bridge builder. They approached her, looking with horror at the Uchiha's body. Tears glistened in Haruno's eyes. "He's alive. There are more enemies here. Get up next to Sasuke, the seals will protect you. And Kakashi-sensei and I still need to work." The old man and the girl silently followed her instructions, and Naruko activated the barrier. There was no point worrying about them anymore. Casting a last sad glance at the unconscious Uchiha, whom Sakura did not know how to approach to help, but Yoko took out her trusty katana and walked confidently to Sensei. Somewhere nearby, a familiar chakra was felt, which meant that help was almost there. They will help them when a nasty old man with black glasses and a strange hairstyle appeared in the middle of the bridge surrounded by shinobi nukanins. Naruko tightened her katana with both hands and released even more of Kurama's chakra. The massacre has begun. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi and Sasuke were sent to the hospital. Naruko was sent to submit a mission report, and Sakura was sent home. Several days have passed since the battle on the bridge. Gato, like most of his henchmen, were killed by No Yoko, Hatake, and a team from Konoha, led by Yamato, who came to their aid. Actually, he, thanks to his abilities, helped to transfer the seriously injured Sasuke and Kakashi to Konoha as safely as possible. Sakura was practically not injured, if you do not take into account the shock she experienced, and Naruko's wounds healed quite quickly thanks to the Kyuubi chakra. Sakura, somehow dragging herself to the house, went inside. Taking off her shoes, not really thinking about putting them carefully at the entrance, the girl went deep into the house. Sakura, daughter, are you back? Her father asked in surprise, and Haruno nodded. Sakura, honey, how I missed you. Are you okay? Sakura's mother, Mabuki, scooped her daughter into a tight embrace, wailing about how much she had missed her over the past time. The girl only nodded weakly and said she wanted to sleep. Of course, run to the room as soon as possible. Are you going to have dinner? No, thanks. Haruno climbed the stairs and had already reached the door to her room when she heard her mother's displeased cry. You could have put your shoes on in a normal way. Sakura just rolled her eyes in displeasure and entered the room, slamming the door at last. She didn't like that. As soon as she came home after a 2-week mission, her mother began to have another complaint against her. Going into the room, Haruno opened the window wide, exposing her face to the warm spring breeze. She was terribly sleepy, but Sakura knew that first she would have to wash after the road and change clothes. So, grabbing a homemade dress, the girl went to the bathroom, dreaming of washing off all the dirt from the road as soon as possible. In the bathroom, she finally relaxed, and the hot water steamed her body. It became even lazier to move. Somehow drying her long hair, which Haruno was very proud of, the girl changed her clothes and went back to her room, thinking only about how nice it would be to sleep on her own pillow under her own blanket. But the girl's dreams were interrupted by a strange piece of paper lying on the made-up bed. When she left the room, she wasn't there, which means that someone broke into her room and left a note suspiciously leaning out of the open window. Sakura looked around. There was no one. Then the girl slammed the doors on the latch. Only then did she return to the note, folded into a neat triangle. Dear Haruno, Sakura, I, the head of the Root ANBU, invite you to join our ranks. The Root is a special organization that keeps order in Konoha from the shadows. I think such an experience will be useful to you in the future. If you agree, come to the Hokage residence at 8 today and go down to the basement. If not, my people will just make it so that you will never remember this moment. I ask you not to tell anyone about this letter. I wish you all the best. The head of the Root ANBU, Shimura Danzo. Sakura bit her lip. It looked impressive. ANBU Root, she had never heard of such a thing, but she was sure that she would definitely become stronger there. And if she becomes stronger, she will not only be able to win the love of her beloved Sasuke, but she will definitely wipe her nose with Yoko. With such thoughts, the girl went to bed, smiling a little. She had no doubts or fears about the note, and there were still 9 hours left until 8, which could be spent on a sweet sleep. Sakura almost overslept, but still got up. Jumping out of the window in her room, the girl went to the Hokage residence, where, turning into the basement, she went down the stairs and found herself in some strange cool room, the existence of which she had not even suspected before. I knew you'd come, a man's voice sounded from the side, and the girl turned around. Turning around, she saw a thin old man with a wooden cane. His face was riddled with battle scars and wrinkles, among which stood out an X-shaped scar on his chin. The right eye, as well as the forehead, were wrapped in a white bandage, but Sakura, already accustomed to the fact that Kakashi constantly covers almost all of his face, was not surprised at all. Are you Shimura Danzo? What is it? She asked, hoarsely. For some reason, the old man inspired respect and caused some fear by his appearance alone. Yes. If you came here, then you have decided to accept my offer. She nodded. Then welcome to the root of ANBU. I am glad to welcome you here. Especially considering that you will be irreplaceable in your first mission. What kind of mission? The girl asked. And when to start, right now. Your mission is simple, watch what no Yoko Naruko is doing and tell us. Nothing else. Hawk will tell you in detail what to do. Anbu appeared next to Shimura, wearing a mask that vaguely resembled the face of a hawk. He told Haruno to follow him in an emotionless tone, and Haruno went without fully realizing what had just happened. But she was sure of one thing, now this nasty but Yoko will not be well, and she will gladly put her hand to it. When she left, Danzo pursed his lips. He himself did not like the fact that there would be someone like Sakura in their ranks, but, on the other hand, for the sake of good goals, you can be patient. Sigh, you're doing great, the old man said shortly. In front of him, sitting on one knee, appeared a young man in ANBU uniform, whose face was hidden by a mask. Can I ask you a question? The young man asked. Yes, Shimura nodded. Why do you need Haruno? She is weak, I don't see the potential of a strong shinobi in her. With her help, we can keep an eye on the 9 tails. Perhaps we will finally be able to put a seal on it, Danzo replied, covering his eye. I think Jinchuriki trusts this Haruno more than she shows, and does not expect a stab in the back from her in any way. But why not Uchiha Sasuke? He's more capable than this girl. Sai still did not understand. Sasuke won't follow the 9 tails. There is no benefit for him here. Moreover, he clearly has feelings for her, and this is a very annoying factor. He can give up, not wanting to cause 9 tails pain. But if you invite Haruno, no one expects us to summon someone like her, Shimura replied patiently. Now go. Tomorrow, take a walk around Konoha and try to figure out the relationship in the Yamanako clan. There's a boy there that interests me. Don't wear a mask, he ordered. Yes, it will be executed. With that, ANBU disappeared. Danzo was left all alone in the basement under the Hokage residence. For once, everything went according to plan, because early attempts to subdue the Jinchuriki Kubi ended with the fact that the poisonous chakra of the demon burned all the seals placed on no Yoko. Naruko was sitting in her room and looking at the piece of paper issued by Kakashi. Last night Sensei gathered them all for one single purpose, to announce the start of the Chunin exam. He gave each of them a piece of paper stating that he was proposing their candidacies for the exam. The only thing left for them was to give their consent or disagreement. She had no doubt that Naruko herself would participate in the exam. But Sakura. The girl bit her lip. There's something wrong with her. She's changed, the girl said as soon as she fell into her own subconscious. Kurama lay inside the cage and lazily surveyed his daughter. I noticed, the fox nodded. She continues to hang on to Sasuke, but she behaves differently with me. Hardly because of what happened on the bridge. I could feel her aura. She was angry and full of hatred. And now Sakura's aura is calm and almost does not fluctuate. And she began to smell differently, said Kyubita. Really? No, Yoko asked. Yes. She used to smell like cherries, but now I can feel the notes of the forest there. And she began to disappear more often. The girl frowned. And she was following me all night yesterday. Fortunately, I was able to deceive her, but I don't think it will last long. Yes. The 9-tailed man drawled. Something has changed in her. Be careful with her. Of course, only Naruko managed to answer, as she heard the call. Coming out of her subconscious, she got to her feet and walked to the front door. On the threshold stood a man with dark hair neatly arranged in a ponytail in ANBU clothes and a tiger mask. Through the eye slits, black, very beautiful eyes were visible. Bowing, the unknown man handed the girl a large envelope. She nodded, accepting the scroll. ANBU immediately disappeared, and Naruko, slamming the door, went to the table and opened the envelope. Inside was someone's dossier. On the first page of the photo, a 15-year-old guy with dark, beautiful eyes and the same dark hair that was tied in a ponytail was looking at her. It instantly reminded her of the messenger, and the girl frowned. Was it him? Judging by the eyes, yes. But why did he come to her? Oh, she knew Itachi Uchiha. I saw him personally a couple of times in the ANBU, but practically did not talk. Itachi then made a good impression on her, but who would have thought that in the end he would go off the rails and knock out his entire clan? The girl pursed her lips and flipped through the first page. The following briefly described the origin of Itachi and his success at the academy. And then the most interesting thing began: enrollment in the ANBU. It was then that Naruko began to read harder. Once a year, a medical examination was conducted in the ANBU, and the one that was shortly before the Uchiha clan was cut out did not reveal any deviations in Itachi. Moreover, he was perfectly healthy, both physically and mentally. What happened then? No, Yoko muttered softly to herself, scratching her chin. On the next page, she found the answer to her question. A written version of the order for the destruction of Uchiha Itachi clan Uchiha, signed by Shimura Danzo. This copy of the order, apparently, should have been destroyed on the same day, as soon as Itachi would have received it. But apparently something went wrong, but Yoko didn't know what to do with the information she received now. Tell Sasuke everything? Or maybe a third? And is it certain that the third was not involved in all this? Her head ached from thinking, but Naruko couldn't think of anything. She just sighed heavily and, picking up her things, left the house. The exam was coming soon, which meant that it was impossible to be late. On the main square, she met a gloomy Sakura and the same gloomy Sasuke, who smiled a little when he saw no Yoko. Sorry I'm late. Unexpected circumstances, she waved her hand. Come quickly, I'll take you a quick way. Indeed, thanks to Naruko, who knew several secret loopholes, they quickly reached the exam venue, bypassing the other teams and almost immediately finding themselves in a corridor with doors leading to the classroom where the first stage of the exam will take place. The way to class was blocked by Kakashi, who looked too pleased. I knew you were coming, he said. In general, you three are great. I'm proud of you. And now enter this door and write this test perfectly. With these words, Sensei disappeared. Sakura, visibly cheered up, walked towards the classroom with a more cheerful gait, opening the doors. A whole 100 eyes immediately stared at them, which made Haruno shiver a little, and Naruko just chuckled, showing everyone 2 red eyes with narrow black pupils. Looking around, she met the gaze of Hinata, to whom she immediately hurried. Just as she was about to ask her something, suddenly a screech was heard. Turning around, Naruko saw Ino, who jumped out on Sasuke's back, but Yoko narrowed her eyes. My heart ached unpleasantly, and a worm of resentment against Sasuke and anger at this blonde was hiding in my soul. But, sighing, she turned back to Hinata and asked how she was doing. Imperceptibly, she was watching Sasuke with one eye. A boy of about 15 years old with large round glasses hiding his black eyes approached him. He straightened his ponytail of ashen hair and took out some cards from his pouch, which he hurried to show Uchiha. All this was interrupted by a man who entered the classroom. He was wearing a black raincoat, which, well, did not go well with the warm spring weather outside the window. Naruko, who recognized him as Marino Ibiki, slightly raised her eyebrows. Putting a strong jonin against genins with the ability to put pressure on the most painful thing is not a good idea? The girl shook her head slightly. The old man, the third, never ceased to amaze with his strange decisions. Or is there so many genins this year that some of them just need to be eliminated? I am your first examiner, Marino Ibiki. Now you will be given numbers and you will sit at chairs that have the same numbers. The first exam will be written, he explained in a rough voice. All the genins came to the table and took out pieces of paper with numbers. Naruko got the 18th, Sasuke got the 32nd, and Sakura got the 59th. Sitting down on the place indicated on the leaflet, she found some genin from Suna next to her. Someone unknown from Konoha sat down on the other side. Uchiha and Haruno were in different corners, and Hinata was several rows higher. And now, get started. Marino said, looking at his watch and noting the time. So, the first stage of Chunin Shuriken has begun. First, Naruko examined everyone present. They were all from different hidden villages, and they all had their own techniques and hidden abilities. When the forms were handed out, the girl glanced at them briefly, and then turned her gaze to the others. Many were disappointed, some covered their eyes with their hand, apparently not knowing the answers. Someone smiled slyly, peeking at the answers from those who had already started writing the test, and only 5 people, among whom was Sakura, happily began to scribble an answer. Looking at her piece of paper, the girl raised an eyebrow. The first 4 questions were easy, but the other 6 were clearly not from the knowledge of a simple genin who recently left the academy. The kunai flew by her ear, but the girl dodged in time with a straight face. The weapon stuck into the work of the guy sitting behind her. You've been caught cheating 5 times. You failed the exam, Marino said cruelly. Naruko scratched her cheek. The atmosphere became heavier, and she understood the essence of the first exam. It is important not to answer all the questions correctly, but it is important to write off correctly without getting caught. Yawning, but Yoko started answering questions. As she expected, she was able to answer only the first 4, the rest turned out to be from the category of sitting and thinking. After rereading the questions, she still gave up and decided to resort to cheating, finally thinking that it was somehow stressful to think, and in general, she understands and shares Shikamaru's policy. Surreptitiously letting the chakra on the table where she was sitting, Naruko closed her eyes. Her body was suddenly filled with lightness, and Naruko felt her entire chakra that she was imperceptibly weaving around the whole class, looking for a piece of paper with the correct answers. As soon as it was found, she, controlling the chakra from afar, forced her to lift it to the leaf and imperceptibly copy everything that was on it. Then the chakra returned back to no Yoko, burning the correct answers on the draft sheet with black hieroglyphs. All that remained for the girl was just to write them off. She came up with this technique not so long ago, and therefore did not have time to use it in battle or during missions, but now she was able to evaluate its effectiveness. Soon she copied out the answers to all 9 questions and put the pen aside, waiting for the last, 10th. There was less and less time before it, and almost half of the teams were disqualified. The examiners removed only those who wrote off too noticeably, and with almost imperceptible cheating, they pretended that nothing happened. It was very obvious, because it was simply impossible not to notice a small sandy eye next to the head of one boy and the fact that the painted guy from Suna went to the toilet for an hour. Finally, Ibiki clapped his hands, drawing attention to himself. Now I'm going to ask you the last, 10th question. Anyone who can't answer it will never be able to pass this test again. However, if someone is unsure of himself or doubts, he can leave now and come next year. There was silence. The atmosphere instantly became heavier. Naruko looked around, many looked so tense that it was obvious how they were shaking. She nodded inwardly. It wasn't for nothing that Marino was in charge of interrogations. He could get his enemies to tell the truth in just 5 minutes. His actions have always influenced the psyche of enemies, forcing them to surrender, to tell the whole truth. Some 13-year-old boy couldn't stand it first and left the audience. His team followed him. This was the beginning. More and more people were leaving the classroom. Some even cried when they came out. Naruko looked at the place where Sasuke was sitting and met his gaze. A herd of goosebumps ran down her back. The girl felt that she was starting to blush a little, but she couldn't look away. Something attracted her to Uchiha, and it was an unknown force, the nature of which no Yoko was aware of, but she was in no hurry to accept. Is that all? Is everyone else ready to answer the question? Naruko looked away from Sasuke and looked at Marino. Great! You all passed the test, his words echoed through the hushed classroom. Suddenly, a whole ton of questions rained down on the examiner, and he, to his credit, calmly explained the essence of the first test. Naruko glanced at Sakura briefly. She didn't look surprised or anything else, which meant that she knew in advance about the trick of the first exam. But from where? As soon as Ibiki finished his monotonous explanation of what a shinobi's duty is and what a real ninja should be, the window leading to the classroom broke, and a woman with dark purple hair that was braided into a high ponytail and gray-brown eyes appeared spectacularly from a cloud of smoke. Her clothes could not be called modest, certainly not this mesh jacket and the same mesh shorts, over which there was a short skirt and a yellow raincoat. "My name is Mitarashi Anko, and I am your second examiner," the woman said happily and cheerfully. "Come tomorrow to the 44th training ground, where your second stage of the exam will take place, and I will tell you everything." Between the first and second stages of the Chunin exam, it was decided to arrange 3 days of rest, which could not but please. Therefore, Naruko, having said goodbye to the 7th team, went to her home. She didn't feel particularly tired after the exam, but she really wanted to be lazy. Moreover, they were not going to give her any missions for the near future, as a member of the ANBU, but Yoko still didn't know how to talk to Sasuke. Will he listen to her? Will he believe the piece of paper, or will he be even more angry at the world? The girl sighed heavily. She didn't know. When they had just met Kakashi as the mentor of their team, Uchiha seemed to her turned on her goal to find and kill Itachi, but now that several months have passed, Naruko began to think that Uchiha gradually began to forget about his brother. On the one hand, this is good, revenge was no longer his guiding star, but on the other, one day he could wake up and realize that he had spent these 2 months on some nonsense, instead of doing business. And, as a result, Sasuke could have done a lot of stupid things. "It's complicated," no Yoko grumbled to herself when that folder with Itachi's dossier caught her eye again. "The best option is to tell him everything," Kurama replied. "And about the fact that I'm assigned to watch him so that he doesn't go crazy and cut off a part of Konoha, like his brother once, do I also need to tell?" With a certain irritation in her voice, the girl asked. It was the purest truth. A few days before she was sent to the academy, the girl received quite clear instructions to follow the Uchiha Sasuke. Hokage, like the elders with Danzo, was strained by the fact that the last of the Uchiha clan was isolated from his peers and did not communicate with anyone, and therefore no Yoko was given the order to monitor the young man and pass directly to the leadership if something went wrong. Naruko, even though she often behaved quite aloof with the team, still kept an eye on Sasuke with one eye when he was in sight, and sent a shadow clone when the boy was somewhere far away. When no Yoko learned the summoning technique, everything became even easier. She just sent small tigers to follow Uchiha. They usually turned into cats and hung around somewhere nearby, without causing any apprehension. Probably, it was this surveillance that led to the fact that Naruko, learning more and more about Sasuke, began to feel feelings for him that she did not expect from herself. It was embarrassing, unnerving, but the girl knew how to control herself. Just as Yoko was about to indulge in melancholy, there was a knock on the door. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the girl headed for the door, pushing it open. On the other side stood Anbu, already familiar to her, in a tiger mask. He had a new envelope in his hand. "Can you come through?" Naruko suggested, but Anbu shook his head, insistently holding out the envelope. You're Itachi Uchiha, right?" Anbu froze in place, and then took a cautious step back, as if fearing that no Yoko would attack him now. The girl blinked in surprise. She absolutely did not want to harm Uchiha, and therefore raised her hands in a peaceful gesture, which, however, did not calm him down. "It's all right. I read what you gave me this morning. I'm not going to attack or anything. I just want to talk to you." About Sasuke, she highlighted the name of the teammate. Anbu stood up straight, nodded, and took a step towards Naruko. She moved away from the aisle, letting him in. And then she closed the door behind him, checking just in case there was no tail behind the Uchiha. The young man took off his mask, putting it somewhere on a chest of drawers standing in the aisle, and then turned to Naruko. It really was Itachi, just as she thought. It was strange and unusual to invite a man recognized as the most dangerous criminal in the whole world to visit him. But they had a lot to talk about, so the girl could only hope that Uchiha did not suddenly decide to run away. They went into the kitchen and sat down at a wooden table opposite each other. Itachi put the envelope in front of him and pushed it towards Naruko. She, having opened it, took out pieces of paper from there, running through some of them with her eyes. Is this a dossier on all genins who have passed the first stage? What is it? She asked. Why? There's a couple you might be interested in. If you mean the dog no Garu, then I know that he is a Jinchuriki Ichibide. It's not just about him. I can't tell you the whole truth, I gave my word, but take a closer look at the shinobi from the land of sound. Uchiha shook his head. Okay, but first answer, why did you show up here and start giving me all these files? Why did he give his own? Someone you know suggested I do it. Unfortunately, I can't say who it is yet, he replied. There is no way to fix what I did a few years ago. I got an order to cut out my clan, and I did it. I had to kill every single one of them, but I couldn't raise my hand against Sasuke. I did it consciously. Did you pull out their eyes consciously, too? No, Yoko asked. She remembered that day, as she was one of those ANBU who were ordered to remove the Uchiha's bodies. The memories of that day sent goosebumps through her body. She remembered how she literally turned inside out when she saw the bodies of men and women cut open, how her mentor, the wolf, ordered her in an emotionless voice not to cry, but to pull herself together and get busy. This was supposed to discourage her from all pity, cowardice, and disgust. And so it turned out, but that day no Yoko put on the list of the worst days in her life. Transferring the bodies together with others, she noticed that some had one or both eyes missing, and then the thought crept into the girl's head that Itachi was so psychotic that he stole a bunch of other people's eyes for God knows what. What eyes? Uchiha was genuinely surprised. Some of the corpses didn't have eyes. Did you pick them up? No. This is the first time I've heard it. Naruko's heart sank into his stomach. If Itachi is not lying, then where could the eyes have gone? Orochimaru, for experiments? But how could the apostate know that the clan would be slaughtered on that day? And then she remembered that the order to destroy the clan was signed by Danzo, and all the colors abruptly disappeared from her face. She looked at Itachi in fright, and read in his gaze that he was thinking the same thing. He? Could he? But, how? What for? For what? She whispered. He stole an eye from my good friend, Uchiha replied quietly. And he could have done it to my clan. I received the order to destroy him after I found out that Fugaku Uchiha, Sasuke's father, had incited the clan to revolt and coup in the village. There would have been many victims, many people who were not involved in all this would have died. We couldn't let that happen, Naruko thought for a second. Even in this case, it was quite cruel to cut out an entire clan, which she hastened to inform Itachi about. Yes, I know. Originally, my friend, Shursui, was supposed to use his secret technique on Fugaku, which would take him under control, but the elders decided that this was not enough. Even if the head of the clan refuses the idea, the clan itself does not. They were excited by the idea of a coup. They gathered every week and discussed who would be killed. It was unbearable, I couldn't even hear it, but Yoko looked down at the floor. Itachi seemed so unhappy to her now that she wanted to feel sorry for him. Probably, after that, his life was completely broken, and he was constantly on the run, since in the bingo book there was a rather large reward for his head. I don't know what to say. What should I do? Naruko asked. How do I tell Sasuke about this? I can't predict his reaction. I just want to kill Danzo, Itachi said firmly. Then I told Sasuke that his goal was to kill me, so that he wouldn't get angry at the village and try to do what his father didn't do. But now I realize how stupid I was then. I want to ask for your help. Whoever told me to give you these files said that you hate Danzo enough to help me destroy him along with the root. Naruko pursed her lips. Whoever sent Itachi to her was not mistaken. She agreed. I see everything is in place, Mitarashi said in a slightly distressed tone. Listen carefully to everyone, because I explained the rules once. This is polygon number 44, one of the forbidden territories of Konoha. But it also has another, less official name, the Forest of Death. And I want to assure you that it is fully justified, so for political and legal certainty, you will sign documents stating that we are not responsible for your very possible death. After these words, whispers went through the ranks of genins. And now back to the exam. In the center of this polygon there is a tower, which you can get to about 10 kilometers. To get into it, in fact, is your goal. But that's not all. Each team will be given a scroll, 22 scrolls of earth and the same number of scrolls of heaven. Only those who get to the tower in full strength and with 2 different scrolls will pass the exam, so that at most half will be in the tower. Mitarashi narrowed her eyes and pulled a very bloodthirsty grin on her face. Now you have 20 minutes to get the scrolls and get to your gate. Naruko smiled weakly at Sasuke, who looked at her, and all 3 of them entered the tent to get the sky scroll and number 12. They also signed all the necessary documents there, and Sakura was shaking so much during this but Yoko had to calm her teammate for a while, promising that she knew everything about this exam and if anything, she would be able to take them to the tower. Come on, time is running out, Sasuke called them, and the girls went after him. Naruko has not yet told Uchiha anything about Itachi, Danzo, or that fateful night. She wanted to, but something like fear prevented her. So, it's only a few minutes before the exam starts. Anko's voice announced briskly from the speakers above each gate. The last rule, do not open the scrolls and try not to die in large quantities. We ordered only 20 coffins. I won't wish you luck, it won't help, so you have 120 hours. Everyone enter your gates, the exam has begun. Sakura cast a frightened glance at Jinchuriki, and she had to put her hand on the girl's shoulder to calm her down. Sasuke looked pretty confident, but occasionally glanced at Naruko. Finally, the gate opened, and no Yoko pulled both genins after her, immediately saying that she had to run away from the gate. Some teams, especially those who had passed the exam not for the first time, preferred to hunt the hesitating frightened genins, who, after Anko's words, were afraid to go into the forest. The problem was that but Yoko did not leave the feeling that someone was following them right on their heels, and these were not members of the ANBU or genins from the exam. Naruko would have recognized their chakra right away. It was someone else, more dangerous and experienced. We need to develop a plan, said Sasuke. The others nodded in agreement. But Yoko tried to relax, but her gaze was no, yes, attracted by the bushes nearby. Something was hiding in them, and the girl had to check what it was. If it was that grass shinobi, then their business couldn't have been worse. I'm going away for a while, the girl said. If anything, get ready to run, I'll find you later. What's going on? Uchiha asked. It's okay, I just need to step away for a couple of minutes. Without saying another word, the girl waved her hand and disappeared behind those very bushes. A snake crawled past her leg, and Naruko followed it, feeling that it was far from the simplest animal. And I was not mistaken, the snake led her to a small narrow path, following which the girl came out into a clearing. She still felt the chakra of her teammates, but the chakra of the one who stood on the other side of the small clearing was even stronger. It didn't take Naruko long to recognize Orochimaru in the uninvited guest. His pale snake-like face was known to everyone who had ever heard of the 3 great Sanins of Konoha. What are you doing here? The girl asked, frowning and putting her hand on her hip bag. It contained not only kunai with shurikens, but also a smoke bomb, designed to announce to the organizers by the color of smoke that something went wrong. But Yoko was ready to use it at any moment. Lured you out, the man hissed. His voice was somewhat like a snake's rustle, which was even somewhat frightening. Suddenly, Orochimaru disintegrated into a bunch of small snakes, which alerted Naruko. She tightened her grip on the kunai, ready to throw it at the enemy at any moment, but then the unexpected happened. The world around her was distorted, and she herself got into some dark, disgusting, slimy place that stank terribly. The girl tried to cut through the incomprehensible space around her with a kunai, but nothing came of it. And the next moment she felt a nasty stirring. The space around her began to move, shrink, trying to push the girl deeper, and she was scared. It was in someone's stomach, and they were obviously going to make lunch out of it. Closing her eyes, but Yoko quickly scrolled through the options for escaping from this place. Kunai disappeared immediately. It didn't help anymore. Maybe explosions? However, Naruko immediately changed her mind. She would explode along with the snake, which did not suit her. There was only one thing left. Concentrating, the girl released the poisonous chakra of Kurama from her body, which literally tore the snake from the inside, as it happened a couple of weeks earlier with the ice trap of Haku. Having landed safely, the girl looked at the remains of the animal. The snake was clearly a trap to detain her. Which means Sakura and Sasuke are in trouble. Turning around abruptly, Naruko rushed to her teammates, but when she ran to the place where she left them, it turned out that the guys were missing. Quickly scanning the situation, but Yoko felt their chakra higher. So Orochimaru had already reached them, and now they were on the branches of trees. Jumping onto the nearest tree, the girl rushed in search of her teammates. But as soon as she saw them a little in the distance, Orochimaru's neck lengthened, and he plunged his snake fangs right into Sasuke's shoulder. The boy screamed in pain, and Naruko rushed to him, throwing shurikens at Sannin. He easily beat off the useless metal, and in the next second, Chidori sparkled in no Yoko's hand. Orochimaru grinned disgustedly, dodging such a straightforward attack, when he suddenly felt the sharp blade of no Yoko's katana thrust into his stomach. One of the shurikens turned out to be a reincarnated shadow clone. Not bad, Sannin hissed, clearly pleased. What did you do with Sasuke? What is it? She asked. Orochimaru just shrugged his shoulders, moving to another tree and raising his hand. Snakes immediately burst out of the sleeves, flying straight at Naruko. She dodged the attack, cutting off the reptiles' heads, and then jumping up to Sannin and making a cut. He avoided such a simple attack and released a couple more snakes that wrapped around no Yoko's waist. Orochimaru waved his hand, and the girl was thrown aside. According to the renegade's plan, she had to crash into a tree at full speed, breaking something for herself, but the snakes holding her were destined to end the same way as the one from which the girl got out a minute earlier. They melted under the influence of the poisonous chakra of Kyubi. Landing on her feet, the girl put her hand to her mouth, inhaling more air. Futon, spiral wind sword. The air around her began to transform into something resembling a small hurricane that flew at Sannin. He deftly dodged, and the technique hit the tree, destroying it. Then no Yoko exhaled again and again, making sure that Orochimaru moved in the direction she needed. When he landed on the very branch from which Sasuke was biting, the second shuriken turned into a shadow clone of Naruko, who cut the man in half with a powerful swing of his katana. The upper part of the torn body, consisting of the head, arms, back and abdomen of Sannin, began to fly away, when suddenly a bunch of snakes burst out of it and they stretched out to the lower half of the man's body, grappling with it. And now, a second later, Orochimaru was standing in front of no Yoko, alive and unharmed. The girl recoiled in fright. It was no longer a man. It was a monster that she didn't know how to defeat. You're not bad at fighting. Perhaps you should be tagged, too. With these words, Sannin's head lengthened and headed towards no Yoko with great speed, but she dodged and, being behind Orochimaru, hit Sannin in the stomach with her fist with the Kyubi chakra concentrated in it, which the girl hoped to release into the channels of the man, thereby disrupting his chakra flow and depriving him of the opportunity to use it. But something went wrong, and her body was suddenly wrapped around several snakes, and the next moment 2 sharp teeth pierced her shoulder. The girl screamed, releasing the chakra of Kurama and melting the nasty reptiles for the umpteenth time in a few minutes. Falling back on a thick branch, Naruko felt her strength slowly but surely leaving her. The body suddenly turned leaden, and even the terrible pain from the shoulder burning with fire could not overcome the overwhelming fatigue. With a nasty grin, Sannin disappeared. But Yoko was left all alone, writhing in pain. It will be easier now, Kurama promised in his subconscious and directed his chakra to the place of Orochimaru's bite. The pain soon receded. Barely getting up, the girl, on stiff legs, jumped down and went towards Sakura and Sasuke, after which she sank down next to Uchiha and rather rudely pushed aside the collar of his jacket, exposing her neck, on which a mark in the form of 3 tomos was visible in black, but Yoko put her palm to the mark, sending the Kyuubi chakra into it. It was poisonous to ordinary people, but it could also negate various seals. That's why all these years the root could not subdue no Yoko. With the last of her strength, controlling the flow of the 9-tailed chakra in the Uchiha's body, the girl watched the mark slowly disappear. When she disappeared completely, Naruko took the Kyuubi chakra back to her, fearing that she might damage Sasuke's body. As soon as it was over, but Yoko looked at the agitated Sakura, nodded briefly to her and fell unconscious next to Sasuke. A short fight with Orochimaru, as well as the destruction of as many as 2 strong marks, pulled all the strength out of her. With a strangled groan through her teeth, Naruko opened her eyes with difficulty, feeling that she was sick. Somehow raising herself on her elbows, the girl turned her head slightly to the side, trying to figure out where she was. The neck immediately shot with pain. "Naruko, don't get up," Sakura whispered, hovering over her teammate and laying her back on her back with unusual softness. Her voice was tired and weak. "You should rest." Haruno looked terrible. Her pink hair was tangled, dirt mixed with scratches and sweat on her face, and a fresh bruise was turning purple on her cheek. Sakura was trembling, there were shadows under her eyes, and it took a couple of seconds for Yoko to realize that she was just exhausted. "No, it's all right. I'm going to feel better now." "How much time has passed?" the girl asked weakly, dispersing the Kyuubi chakra through her body. The wounds on the body began to heal instantly, and fatigue began to disappear. "About 8 o'clock, Haruno replied. "Okay. You should get some sleep. I'll manage on my own for now." Sakura wanted to object to something, but did not dare. Instead, she lay down on the ground not far from the unconscious Sasuke and closed her eyes, immediately falling asleep. Naruko got to her feet and leaned her hand on a tree to calm the trembling in her knees. But Yoko took some small scrolls out of her hip bag and opened them. With a soft pop, water bottles, rags, ointments, bandages, blankets, and mattresses appeared on the ground. Sighing heavily, Naruko began to wet the towels with water. First she wiped Sasuke's face and neck, removing all the sweat and dirt. Then she did the same with Sakura, who didn't even move in her sleep. Then, taking clean towels, the girl wetted them again and put them on the foreheads of the teammates. Both began to have a fever, but Yoko really would not like them to get sick right during the exam. Then she dragged the children onto the mattresses so that they could sleep more softly, and opened a tube of ointment. At first, no Yoko treated Sasuke's face, then her knees, which she had wiped with a wet towel before, and her hands with her stomach, on which a large bruise was visible. Only 2 small dots remained on the neck after Orochimaru's bite, which promised to heal soon. There was no hint of the cursed seal, after Naruko did the same thing with Haruno, who had much fewer injuries than Uchiha. The only thing that the girl had to pay special attention to was a bruise on her cheek. When the teammates were treated and bandaged, but Yoko took care of herself. Her scarlet hair was tarnished from dirt, and the girl, somehow quickly wiped them with new wet towels, was more or less satisfied, promising herself that she would wash them as soon as such an opportunity arose. Suddenly Uchiha let out a plaintive moan, and Naruko jerked towards him, pressing her cool palm to her burning cheek. The boy did not wake up, but after a pleasant contact with something cold, he smiled a little, which made no Yoko blush a little. Sasuke was damn handsome. Suddenly, she felt strange echoes of someone else's chakra. Twitching, but Yoko removed her palm from Uchiha's face and went to the exit from their hiding place. Sakura managed to find a beautiful place under the roots of some tree, but Yoko, realizing that the enemy was approaching, took out a new scroll and unfolded it, folding the seals. A string of black hieroglyphs went all over the cave, forming a barrier that would never let someone else inside their shelter. Then the girl came out into the light. The sun was setting, and a light evening breeze pleasantly refreshed my head. Finally, 3 genins appeared in front of her. By their treads, but Yoko realized that they were from the land of sound, which meant that somehow they were related to Orochimaru. The girl frowned. Did this snake send his pawns here to finish her and Sasuke off? Or did he want to check the condition of their seals? Wake Sasuke up, said the one in the middle. His head was bandaged with bandages so that only his left eye remained open. The guy walked hunched over, and on his back hung the skin of some big animal. Did you send Orochimaru? She asked sternly. But Yoko Naruko, right? Well, we need to kill you too. The only girl in their team squinted viciously, adjusting her gray-purple scarf. Well, take a chance. The third in their team, with spiky black hair and a sweatshirt with 3 hieroglyphs on it, meaning death, threw up his hands in the direction of no Yoko. A powerful stream of chakra burst out of his palms, designed to carry the girl far away, but she, firmly sticking her sawls to the ground, jumped aside, folding 4 seals and sending strong electric discharges at enemies, which indiscriminately hit the ground in the area of 30 meters. The 2 behind managed to dodge, but the one who attacked the girl did not. His body convulsed several times, and then he collapsed, losing consciousness. Kin threw senbons with bells tied to them at no Yoko, but Naruko easily dodged the attack. She folded the new seals, when she suddenly realized that she could not move, the subtle unobtrusive melody emanating from the bells hypnotized. Dosu took advantage of the momentary confusion, stretching out his arm with amplifiers on it to the side. Naruko screamed, falling to her knees. The sound was so loud and nasty that it seemed to her that her eardrums were about to burst. She put her hands to her ears, trying to plug her ears, but her hands did not obey Naruko, trembling slightly. These were the consequences of that girl's genjutsu. Suddenly, when the sound of Dosu's attack subsided, Kin appeared behind no Yoko, grabbing the girl by the hair. How long? It's worse for you, she hissed disgustedly. Naruko angrily flashed 2 scarlet eyes, chasing the Kyubi chakra through the channels. The weakness disappeared like a hand, which she took advantage of. The girl grabbed a kunai from her pouch and chopped at her hair, cutting it off. The scarlet strands in Kin's hands turned white, losing the flow of chakra. Kunoichi was surprised, confused for a second, and Naruko took advantage of this, hooking her opponent's legs and hitting her in the face with a swing. Painfully applying the crown of her head, Tsuchi lost consciousness. Now you, no Yoko squinted. Dosu only grunted at this remark, taking a smoke bomb from somewhere in his sleeve and throwing it to the ground. The view was blurred, but the girl continued to feel the opponent's chakra. She, realizing what Kinyuda was trying to achieve, jumped up to Zack and, sitting down, unbuttoned his hip bag, taking out a scroll of earth from there. As soon as the girl stepped aside, Dosu, unaware of anything like this, picked up the bodies of the lifeless teammates. When the smoke cleared, Naruko straightened up and looked around. The genin bodies were gone, and Dosu, apparently, preferred to run away. But she didn't really care. A scroll of earth was hidden behind the roots of the trees, touching the remaining short strands of hair. Naruko sighed heavily, letting Kurama's chakra run through them. In 12 hours, the hair that served no Yoko as an additional storage of the chakra had to grow back and be imbued with strength. She went back to the shelter. Sakura was asleep, and Sasuke, clearly awakened by the noise from the street, looked around sleepily, trying to get up. How are you? Naruko asked, sitting down next to Uchiha and removing a damp cloth from his forehead. How's the neck? I removed the label. Your hair. What happened to them? The boy asked in response, raising his hand and passing short strands of scarlet hair between his fingers. They will grow back very soon. In the meantime, get some rest. In the morning it will be necessary to move out already. It is dangerous to linger in one place. Uchiha nodded, going back to bed, but not falling asleep, but out of the corner of his eye watching Naruko, who changed the towel to Sakura, and then again walked with ointment on the bruise on the girl's cheek. A sleepless night was waiting for her, but after that they could immediately head to the tower without burdening themselves with searching for scrolls. The only thing that had to be found along the way was a river and washed. But Yoko just knew where there was one. The third stage will begin soon, Hokage said unhurriedly and, circling the hushed participants with his gaze, continued, but before explaining, there is one thing I would like to tell you. About the true goals of the exam. True goals? Confused shouts were heard. Naruko sighed. Of course, she knew about these true goals, but the rest of the genins did not. Yes. The true purpose of the exam is not just to become a chunin, but also to unite the allied countries. Neighboring countries have repeatedly fought with each other. In order to avoid wars and clashes between shinobi, the feudal lords and the kage of the villages decided to prove the strength of the village by holding a joint exam for chunin. You young genins are fighting each other, representing the strength of your village. And your victories are the victories of your village. An excited whisper went through the hall. The third waited until the hum had subsided. This exam is passed only by those who are worthy of the title of chunin, and here you are fighting for your village. But why did you say that it should improve relations? Sakura asked in bewilderment, to whom all this seemed stupid, but Yoko cast a brief glance at her teammate, realizing that she was simply scared. Haruno, Naruko thought, was not ready for shinobi life. For her, it seemed like some kind of game, and even what happened in the Land of Waves did not convince the girl. I told you at the beginning, don't get me wrong. The custom of life and death fights maintains balance in the shinobi world. This, and a good relationship in between the ninja. This is a deadly battle of your dreams and the honor of the village, Hokage calmly reported. I don't care. Someone's cold and emotionless voice was heard, and Naruko recognized Gaara in its owner. Tell us the details of this life or death exam. I'll start explaining the third stage, but the Hokage's speech was interrupted by Jonin appearing in a puff of smoke, and Naruko with some joy recognized in him her old friend, whom she had not seen for several months. He was given a very long mission outside Konoha. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, said Hunin, who knelt down on one knee in front of the Hokage. I, Gecko Hayate, am the judge. I'll explain everything. Please, the third nodded, stepping back and passing the word to the newcomer. Nice to meet you. Until the third stage. I want you to do something. The judge coughed. Preliminary fights are waiting for you to enter the main fights of the third stage. Preliminary fights? Contractions? What does it mean? The blonde with bangs on one eye, whose name Naruko had already forgotten, asked indignantly. Why can't we start the third stage with all the remaining participants? Kiba asked, and his dog, Akamaru, supported the owner with an indignant yap. The fact is that too many participants have passed. According to the rules, we have to reduce the number of participants before the third stage. Gecko shrugged his shoulders, showing with all his appearance that he had nothing to do with it. As Hokage-sama mentioned, there will be a lot of guests at the third stage, so, the judge started coughing again in mid-sentence, and then continued, we can't have many fights. We are also limited by time. Those who feel unwell, Sensei's speech was cut off by a cough again. Excited whispers were heard. Naruko didn't like Hayate's condition, as it was obvious that he not only had a bad cold, but also couldn't sleep properly. If you want to leave after an explanation, please let us know. The preliminary matches will begin immediately. Oh, I forgot to mention, you will have one-on-one fights on departure. If someone from the team wants to leave, then the whole team will not be kicked out. Only him, ignoring the indignation of the participants, he continued. There was a tense silence. Sakura, standing in front of Naruko, turned to her teammates. But Yoko made it clear with gestures that everything was fine with her and Sasuke. After the destruction of Orochimaru's seal, they were very exhausted, but now their chakra has almost completely recovered, and the pain in the muscles has passed. Only sometimes the neck was shot when they carelessly or too sharply turned their head. Sasuke also nodded his head, saying that everything was fine, and sighed calmly. He wasn't going to leave, and neither was Naruko. They weren't sure about Sakura, but she didn't seem in a hurry to raise her hand either. And in general, no one wanted to drop out, and then, as if in opposition to no Yoko's thought that it seems that everyone will stay, Kabuto raised his hand, expressing a desire to leave. He talked about being tired, that he didn't have enough chakra and wasn't able to fight at all, but Naruko clearly saw that he was lying. Yukushi looked quite healthy, with no serious injuries, just a couple of scratches. However, she did not become indignant. The examiner just nodded and, after waiting a couple more minutes, asked the genins again if they wanted to leave. After receiving confident looks in response, Hayate announced the start of the qualifying fights. Okay. Very good, Gecko muttered and coughed. Participants will be selected using an electronic scoreboard. He pointed to the wall where the scoreboard hung. Moment. It displayed Uchiha Sasuke vs Akato Yoroi. Great! Sasuke and Akato are staying here, and I asked the rest to go up to the balconies in order to watch the continuation of the fights from there. Good luck, Naruko whispered to Uchiha, and goosebumps ran down his neck. The girl, noticing this reaction, grinned, just like a fox, and hurried upstairs. After the announcement of the fight, Sasuke instantly activated the Sharingan with 2 tomos, and his opponent got into a fighting position. Akato threw a kunai at Uchiha, but missed, as the Sharingan bearer took a step to the side, and the weapon flew past his ear. Naruko from her seat carefully peered at Sasuke's back, realizing that he is stronger now than he was during the mission to the Land of Waves. Abruptly approaching Yoroi, Uchiha punched him in the chin and immediately felt the chakra begin to leave his body. Akato flew against the wall, but he didn't look injured, as if he hadn't just punched through the concrete. Quickly getting to his feet, Shinobi ran at Uchiha in a frontal attack, which was very stupid. Uchiha dodged the blow and made a sharp cut. But before the opponent had time to fall, Sasuke hit him on the jaw with all his might, from which he flew up to the ceiling. Uchiha created 3 clones and jumped into the air. The first clone sent Yoroi flying even higher with a powerful kick in the back. The second and third clones pushed the original so that he jumped over the opponent and hit his stomach with all his might. Akato flew down and broke the floor. He didn't move anymore. The fight is over. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke, Gecko announced. Sasuke nodded and turned to Naruko, catching her proud look. He went to the bleachers, jumping up to the balcony in one leap and standing next to no Yoko, who quietly praised him, but their idol was interrupted by Sakura and Ino, who vied with each other to congratulate Sasuke and tell him how cool he is. Naruko would have rolled her eyes, but suddenly she felt that someone was looking at her. Turning around, she saw a rather unpleasant woman who was the sensei of the sound team. She looked at no Yoko and Sasuke as if they were prey. Naruko pursed her lips, releasing a bit of the murderously evil aura of the nine-tailed towards the woman. She grimaced and turned away. The girl definitely didn't like it. Naruko did not follow the next fights very closely, not singling out anyone. Firstly, she was hampered by the constant bickering between Sakura and Ino, who well could not decide which of the two of them would be with Sasuke. And secondly, she knew the power of each of the genins from those secret documents that Itachi brought her. Except that she noted to herself that Shikamaru had confirmed his reputation as a brilliant strategist, and that he would most likely become a Chunin much faster than the same Aburame Shino, who defeated the enemy by plugging holes in his hands with his bugs. When Sakura and Ino's duel was announced, Naruko calmly exhaled, hoping that they would stop buzzing in her ear, but the hope turned out to be false. They moved their conversations to the arena, walking in a circle for at least 5 minutes. I thought I was a calm person, but I swear, one day I will strangle them both, Naruko whispered to herself. I think about it every time I see one of them nearby, Sasuke agreed, sighing heavily, but Yoko giggled, hiding her giggle behind a cough. But Uchiha, obviously, understood her correctly and only shook his head, saying, "That's funny to you, but I have to live with it." Next to Sasuke, it was so calm and good that Naruko would not mind staying like this forever. She really liked their relationship now. They were not lovers, but both had feelings for each other, which were expressed not by loud shouts, but by quiet actions and words. And also with looks in which a special tenderness flew by when both Sakura and Ino collapsed. Their teachers jumped down, picking up the unconscious bodies of the girls and carrying them to the stands. As soon as the arena was cleared, the names on the scoreboard spun again and suddenly stopped. Next fight, no Yoko Naruko vs Kiba Inazuki, Hayate announced, clearing his throat. "Good luck," Sasuke said, and Naruko nodded gratefully. It was nice that Uchiha was worried about her, even if unnecessarily. What? Kiba protested from his seat. "I'm not going to fight with a girl." "Those are the rules," the examiner shrugged. Naruko jumped down, watching the openly displeased Inuzuka land next to her. The puppy on his head yapped unpleasantly, perceiving no Yoko as a threat. The girl agreed with this. When the examiner signaled the beginning, Kiba immediately threw shurikens at no Yoko, from which she dodged, deftly landing on her feet and immediately attacking Kiba with lightning speed. He barely managed to evade the girl's katana, taking out a kunai and fighting back with it. However, the difference in skills was so great that 2 quick movements were enough for the girl to knock the weapon out of Inazuki's hands and knock him to the ground, putting the weapon to his throat. She was about to say that she had won, when she suddenly felt something grab her newly grown hair. The girl turned around sharply when she saw that the tips of the scarlet hair were in the mouth of the Kiba puppy. Grabbing Akamaru by the scruff of the neck, she shook him and threw him to Kiba, who deftly caught his pet. "But you shouldn't do that. I won't let anyone touch Akamaru." Anger flashed in his brown eyes, and he took out some kind of pill that he gave the puppy. Akamaru swallowed it and immediately increased in size, reaching Kiba's chest. Now he looked like an adult dog that growled angrily at the girl. Together, they rushed at no Yoko, attacking the double piercing fang technique. Kiba pronounced the name of the technique. Together with Akamaru, he spun around his axis at breakneck speed, sweeping away everything in his path and raising columns of dust. Naruko dodged the first 2 blows, and then the third and fourth. The destructive power of these 2 was great, but the girl knew that if she directed the chakra into her hands, she would easily leave this couple, which she did when both opponents soared to the ceiling and crashed down on her with all their might. A cloud of dust rose, and the girl even heard Sakura's excited cry. The dust did not have time to settle, as first Kiba flew out of it, followed by a plaintively yapping Akamaru. Finally, Naruko appeared, on which there was not a scratch. She calmly brushed the dirt off her shoulder. "Strength is not enough. Your attacks are so straightforward that the enemy, knowing their direction, will easily stop them. Learn to think with your head," she said. "You bastard," Inuzuka hissed, getting up. After this technique, his whole body ached, but he couldn't let some girl win. Naruko folded the seals of the rat, rabbit and dog, taking in more air into her lungs and releasing it in small portions. She had to reduce the destructive power of the vacuum bullet technique, otherwise Kiba and his dog could just say goodbye to life. The first bullets hit Inuzuka right in the stomach and chest, the rest hit his legs, forcing them to bend. Kiba fell to his knees, wincing in pain, and Akamaru, realizing that it was necessary to help the owner, rushed at Naruko, trying to bite her. However, the girl with a deft movement of her hand closed the dog's mouth when he approached, and kicked him into the wall. The huge carcass hit her with a crash and fell to the floor. And then, in the blink of an eye, no Yoko approached Inuzuka and knocked him out with a precise blow of the ribs of her palm against his neck. No Yoko Naruko won. Hayate announced. Naruko sheathed her katana and went upstairs, not wanting to watch the orderlies carry away the defeated opponents. Standing next to Sasuke and accepting congratulations from him and Kakashi, The girl faced Gaara's interested gaze. It didn't take a genius to figure out that he wanted to fight her. This sand dog, Kurama snorted in his subconscious, and Naruko shrugged her shoulders. So, 2 of my team passed. Not bad, Kakashi said, and Sakura lowered her gaze in shame. It'll work out next time, Sensei promised. Yeah, just talk less and practice more next time, agreed Naruko, and a hint of mockery flashed in her voice. Of course, this angered Haruno, and she started yelling at her teammate, but her screams were interrupted by Sasuke's calm voice, who asked her to calm down. The girl instantly quieted down. The next fight was between 2 kunoichi, Tenten and the dog, no Temari. Tenten lost, because Temari was clearly stronger and more experienced than the gunsmith, and her element of wind simply beat off all the weapons flying at her. Naruko especially liked the double ascending dragon technique, and she wanted to learn it herself, because it is just perfect against opponents like Tenten. In general, Temari was a pretty strong kunoichi who masterfully coped with wind techniques. Akimichi Choji fought with Kinyuta Dosu for only a minute. At first, the boy was scared, but when his sensei promised him pork, he began to fight much more willingly. However, it didn't help him, and pretty quickly Dosu paralyzed him with his sound technique. Naruko, when looking at this shinobi, suddenly felt a wild desire to punch him, but before that, to find out from him about Orochimaru. While the girl did not have the opportunity to talk to the Hokage about the fact that this man is a subordinate of Orochimaru, but she knew that all the Jonins were aware that Sannin was somewhere nearby. The next was a fight between Hinata and Neji. Initially, Neji, Hinata's cousin, persuaded her to surrender, but Hinata did not succumb to persuasion and began the battle first. No matter how much Naruko would not love her friend, she understood that she had no chance against Neji. The boy was a genius. He was able to master a technique subject only to the main branch of the clan, and Hinata is simply not his equal. The outcome of the fight would have been clear even before it began. Hinata lost, as Neji inflicted severe wounds on her and practically stopped the chakra in Kunoichi's body. In the end, the examiner decided to end the fight. The next fight was between Dog no Kankuro and Tsurugi Masumi. Kazakage's son turned out to be a puppet, and Tsurugi, whom Naruko had never seen before, used a rather interesting technique of soft body modification, which, however, did not help him. Kankuro turned out to be more cunning. The last fight was the most interesting and bloody. The opponent of Nogara's dog was Rock Lee from Guy's team. Lee managed to surprise everyone with his great speed and amazing taijutsu, especially considering that he could not do anything else besides him. Naruko closely followed the fight, for a moment even thinking that Lee would win, but in vain. Gaara turned out to be stronger and more bloodthirsty. He would have killed Rock if it wasn't for Guy, who saved his beloved student by breaking the rule and automatically betting Lee a loss, but Yoko thought with some sadness that she could have become the same as Gaara if Kurama had not been her father. She was sure that it was all the fault of the attitude towards Jinchuriki in Sunday. Good. This is the end of the qualifiers. All the winners, come down here and take the leaves from this bag, Hayate said. The Genins complied with his request, getting up in a row. First Gecko approached Shikamaru, and he took out a piece of paper with the number 3. Dosu was next, who turned out to be the 8th. Sasuke, who was standing between him and Naruko, had the 9th number, but the girl had the 1st, which meant that the exam would start with her. 4. Temari informed everyone about her number. Hayate handed the bag to Kankuro. He was the 5th, and his brother, Gaara, the 7th. Next came Neji, who turned out to be the 2nd. Naruko gave the boy a quick glance, realizing that they would have to face each other at the very beginning. Well, she didn't mind, because she just felt the need to kick someone's smug ass. The last one was Shino, who got a 6. His opponent was Kankuro. The number is mine, 6, Shino said in his own manner. Great, Hayate nodded. At the 3rd stage, which will take place in 2 months. You will fight in this order: Hyuga Neji vs no Yoko Naruko, Nara Shikamaru vs Dog no Temari, Aburame Shino vs Dog no Kankuro, Dog no Gara vs Kinyuta Dosu, and Uchiha Sasuke with the winner of the duel between Dog no Gara and Kinyuta Dosu. But why is the third stage only in 2 months? Asked Kankuro, who was not tempted to stay in Konoha. Because a lot of people will come to the third stage. While we send out invitations, sell tickets and other small things, 2 months will pass during which you will train. You have already seen the approximate strength of your opponents, so these 2 months give you the opportunity to increase your capabilities, Gecko explained. I wish you all good luck, Naruko sighed. 2 months of preparation have begun. When the intermediate battles ended, the genins were transferred from the tower back to the place from where they entered the forest of death with special equipment. Everyone began to go home, as there was no longer any point in staying in front of the landfill. Naruko, Sasuke, stay for a while. And you, Sakura, can go, Haruno nodded and, pouting a little resentfully, walked away. Kakashi, as soon as the girl disappeared, led them with Sasuke to the Hokage's office. Naruko has already told Sensei about what happened in the Forest of Death and made a rather bold conclusion that Orochimaru was hunting for her and Sasuke. Hatake took the information seriously enough and handed it over to the Hokage, after which he received an order to come to his office. How dangerous can it be? Uchiha asked as they walked. Orochimaru is very dangerous. In the past, he has experimented on people. Some of them ended successfully, and some did not. I'm sure he needs your eyes, Sasuke, and the nine-tailed one. I see. They walked on in complete silence. Naruko was used to the feeling of danger. The fact that she was being hunted didn't seem like anything new to her. There have been several attempts to kidnap or simply kill her in the past. They were shinobi, both from foreign villages and from their native one. They all suffered the same fate, they died by her hand. Kakashi took them to the Hokage residence and knocked on the door, then opened it. In the office, in addition to the third, there were several jonins, among whom were both familiar to Sasuke-sensei of other teams, and people unfamiliar to him. I brought them, Hatake said shortly. The third nodded to him and putting his hands on his chin, asked him to tell about what had happened. Naruko started, because she understood that Sasuke felt a little out of place. She briefly recounted the events of what happened to her when she moved away from the rest of the team, feeling threatened and deciding to eliminate her. Next, Uchiha joined in, telling about what happened when no Yoko left. The memories sent a chill down his spine. Orochimaru was nasty and slippery, capable of scaring even him. Naruko then took the floor again. When the story was finished, the Hokage looked thoughtfully at the jonins, and then turned his gaze to the genins. If what these two say is true, then the situation could not be worse. The enemy was able to get into the village, and we did not notice it, Ibiki said thoughtfully. It will be necessary to strengthen security at the border, and hide these two somewhere. And also organize a mission to capture the team from the sound. In a couple of hours, I will call a meeting of the elders, at which it will be decided where we will send these two. Even if we catch the entire sound team now, it's not a fact that Orochimaru won't bring new people here. As for you, he looked at the jonins, Kurenai, Asuma, Ebisu, the genins of sound are on you. Ibiki, Hayate, Kakashi, their sensei is on you. There is a possibility that it is Orochimaru, so Shikaku, Guy, and Anko, be ready to help them at any time. Is that clear? Yes, as for you, wait for orders. Your houses will be monitored so that Orochimaru cannot get to you unnoticed. If something goes wrong, Kakashi will give you the seals. Activate them and you will be transported to a safe place. Yes, the genins replied. Hokage waved his hand, dismissing everyone, and Kakashi, leading his students out, handed each of them a seal, instructing them to keep it at home, and then left. They will settle this problem quickly. Well, until then I would like to talk to you. Are you coming to visit? Naruko asked. Sasuke nodded. He had no idea what his teammate wanted to tell him, but the idea of spending a little more time with her sounded very attractive, and therefore the boy followed Naruko, who felt some strange awkwardness for her. She was going to tell him about Itachi and what happened in the Uchiha clan 7 years ago. Is Sasuke ready for such information? Will he be able to take it calmly, or will they quarrel? Naruko didn't know, but she hoped he would be patient. At home, she took off her shoes and escorted Sasuke, who was looking around, to the kitchen, where she offered him tea. He did not refuse, only nodded gratefully and accepted a hot cup from someone else's hands. But Yoko put a bowl with all sorts of snacks in the center of the table. What did you want to talk about? He asked, sipping a hot drink. Instead of answering, the girl went to a bedside table standing against the wall, pulled out a drawer and folded several seals, revealing its true contents. Then she took the same envelope with Itachi's dossier and a copy of the order to destroy the Uchiha clan. After hesitating for another second, Naruko handed it to Sasuke. I'm asking you to read it in full, and not throw it away as soon as you see it. This is classified information that concerns your clan. Uchiha nodded, opening the envelope and taking out sheets of paper. Seeing his brother's face, he clenched his teeth, not understanding why the girl he likes decided to hit the patient. But Naruko, shaking her head, put her warm palm on his shoulder and squeezed him a little, supporting him. Sasuke turned his gaze back to the dossier, reading it. He didn't discover anything new for himself there, he just got more angry at the girl. But she said in a soft voice to look at the next sheet. Putting aside the dossier, Uchiha read the order number and raised his eyebrows, saying why would he do that? But the more he read, the darker his face became. Finally, Sasuke put down the entire envelope and asked, coldly, with steel in his voice, is it true? Who gave this order? Yes, it's true. The person who gave this order holds a special place in the Konoha government. His name is Shimura Danzo. He is the head of the ANBU route. I hate him with all my heart and dream of killing him. He poisoned my childhood, and then took over your clan. He did not believe in a peaceful solution to the problem and gave Itachi an order. I don't know if the Hokage knows about him or not, but the fact remains that he is responsible for what happened to you. I will destroy him, Uchiha hissed like a snake. Not while you're weak. Danzo is strong, I feel the Uchiha chakra in him. I'm afraid he didn't disdain to somehow use the power of your clan. It's stupid to go against him now. I'm not sure we can beat him now, but I know someone who will definitely beat him, she said, wrapping her arms around Sasuke's neck and snuggling up to him from behind. Uchiha leaned back a little, lifting his head up and wanting to touch Yoko as much as possible. She was smiling softly but sadly, looking down at him. Then Naruko carefully removed the excess hair from his forehead. Who? Sasuke asked. Itachi. We agreed on everything with him. I'm sorry that behind your back, but he got tired of living on the run and came to me for help. I promised I'd help him for you. I don't want you, not knowing the truth, blindly chasing Itachi in an attempt to kill him and at the same time doing a bunch of stupid things. I want to protect you, to save you, just like you saved me many years ago. You remember, Uchiha suddenly realized. I've never forgotten, Naruko nodded. I always remembered and was always grateful to you. I'm glad you haven't forgotten about me either. I couldn't get you out of my head all those long years that we haven't seen each other. I was looking for you everywhere and didn't understand what was happening to me. I felt like a fool. However, and now, Sasuke admitted. You're not stupid. You're just a person who feels. With these words, Naruko bent down and touched her lips to Uchiha's lips. We have to hide them, the third repeated, looking thoughtfully at the elders and Danzo. You can give them both to the root ANBA, Shimura suggested. I think Danzo is right. In ANBU, they have nothing to fear from the root. Their very existence, in fact, will be erased. Koharu nodded, to which she received an irritated look from Sandaime. The third did not like this idea at all. He didn't trust Danzo 100%, and judging by how persistently he wants to get the nine-tailed Jinchuriki at his disposal, the consequences of this act will be irreparable. Hiruzen also knew about the special seals that Danzo put on his subordinates, and about the training sessions during which all feelings, ranging from banal joy to sadness, were beaten off from those. He didn't want Naruko to become like this. What good would she be if she felt nothing for the village? No, you can't do that. Anbu root will not protect them from Orochimaru. Your followers may be loyal to you, Danzo, but they can be attacked at any time, when they sleep, when they eat, when they are on a mission. It's dangerous. They need to leave Konoha. And where do you want to put the weapons of the village and the last Uchiha? Hamura raised an eyebrow. She has a summoning technique. What if we send Naruko and Sasuke to their draft animals? Suggested Hokage, actually thinking about this idea for a long time. If you send no Yoko to the tigers, they will not only help improve her control of the nine-tailed chakra, but also teach her new techniques. Moreover, tigers are responsible, so if they are persuaded, they will watch Jinchuriki all day long and will not allow her to escape. And if something happens, they will instantly send a message to Konoha. Also, a big plus is the fact that a very small number of people are able to summon tigers, and the probability that there are similar people among Orochimaru's subordinates was extremely small. The idea is not so bad. But then Haruno Sakura should be sent with them. Danzo nodded confidently, considering that it was necessary to send his man with no Yoko. Why? Hamura asked, leaning forward a little. Sakura is Jinchuriki's teammate and friend. It's immediately obvious. Those who want to kidnap no Yoko will kidnap Haruno first. With her help, it is easy to blackmail the nine-tailed. It is likely that no Yoko will be ready to give her own life in exchange for the life of a friend. Sounds reasonable, Hokage agreed. Considering the fact that her mother is Uzumaki Kushina, the probability of such a thing is high. Good. Falcon, Raven, Bear, bring here Uchiha Sasuke, no Yoko Naruko, and Sakura Haruno. But let them pack their things. The three Anbu nodded and disappeared, and Danzo, rising from his seat and leaning on his cane, grunted, "Then I think the meeting is closed." With these words, he was the first to leave the Hokage's office, heading to his headquarters, simultaneously sending a pulse of Haruno's chakra so that it would be in place by his arrival. Surprisingly, Sakura quickly learned obedience and devotion. Shimura sometimes thought that this kunoichi was not as useless as he thought. Entering his office, hidden deep under the Hokage residence, the man sat down at the table. All this time, Sakura was sitting on the floor on one knee, not daring to raise her head. "First of all, I want to praise you for the qualifying tournament. You did a great job," he said. Yes, Sakura nodded. Her mission was quite simple: to observe no Yoko and Sasuke, to transmit all information about them directly to Shimura. More importantly, it was necessary to get Naruko's DNA, and Sakura was just lucky that they were attacked by members of the Sound Team, and the girl had to cut off her gorgeous hair. Orochimaru hunts no Yoko and Uchiha. You will all be sent to the world of draft animals. It will be Orototego, the world of tigers. Immediately report any changes in her behavior or progress in skills. It is very important not to miss any details. There is, free. Sakura nodded and disappeared. Danzo grinned. Everything was going according to plan. When the familiar Anbu in a bear mask appeared in front of Naruko, she only nodded, realizing that the meeting of the elders was over. The orders were quite clear: pack up and go to the Hokage residence. She, Sasuke and Sakura are being sent to the world of draft animals. The girl sighed and asked Anbu to wait for her outside while she changed clothes. He nodded and disappeared, but Naruko felt his presence on the branch of the nearest tree. She chuckled and began to pack her backpack, stuffing it mostly with all sorts of scrolls that stored clothes and food. She thought of Sasuke, who was going to be just like her right now. His head was filled with worries about how he felt. After the new information of that kiss fell out on him, he behaved as usual, but the girl saw that an incomprehensible confusion froze at the bottom of his eyes. She took a deep breath and zipped up her backpack, putting on sandals and leaving the house. but Yoko firmly locked the door and activated Fuinjutsu, which will have to hide the house from outsiders and not allow them to get inside. It didn't take long to get to the residence, but the girl was glad to find Sasuke there with the same backpack. He was clearly 15 minutes early, as was no Yoko. The girl smiled a little at this fact. "It looks like I'm not the only one who got ready so quickly," she said, distracting Uchiha from her thoughts. Sasuke lifted the corners of his lips slightly in greeting. "Where do you think you'll end up?" "I don't know," he answered honestly, "but I've always liked cats." "But I thought we'd all go to the tigers together, didn't I?" "Only I'm going there," Naruko shook her head. "You will end up in another place, either to those animals that you are most suitable for, or to those with whom you have already signed a contract. These are the rules of the draft contract." Sasuke nodded, memorizing the new information for him. He really didn't know who he was going to get to, because he couldn't associate himself with any animal. But he knew that Itachi was summoning ravens, and now, with some part of his soul, he hoped that he could be in their valley and, perhaps, they would be able to arrange a meeting with his brother for him. Thanks to Naruko, he no longer felt a burning hatred for him. Now it was directed at the elders and a man named Danzo, but he wanted to hear the story of the destruction of the clan firsthand, from Itachi himself. Soon Sakura ran up to them, breaking the cozy silence. All together they went to the roof of the residence, as ordered by the Hokage. The third and Kakashi were already there. Hatake waved to the guys in greeting. They nodded in response. "The safest place will be the world of draft animals. You should have already been informed about this," the third began. "Naruko, Sasuke, my former student is hunting you, so Konoha needs to protect you. Sakura, you are their team mate. You can be used as bait, which is why you will also go to the draft animals." "We're all going to the tiger world, aren't we?" Haruno asked. "No," the third shook his head. Sakura frowned, remembering Danzo's order. He said that they would all go to Orototego together, and now it turns out that they are not. Did Shimura know about this? Or is the problem that he has never had a summoning animal? I know that Danzo calls Baku, but in my fan fiction he has not mastered this technique yet, and he is not aware of such subtleties of this technique. You have to add 5 seals, dog, snake, bird, monkey, sheep, continued Hokage. In every world inhabited by any kind of summoning animals, time often flows slower than ours. While 2 months will pass here, a whole year may pass there. In the meantime, good luck. All 3 nodded, folding the seals named Hokage. Kakashi gave a thumbs up, encouraging the students. When they took turns biting their fingers so that they bled, and touched the floor, on which black hieroglyphics immediately spread, there were soft pops. When the smoke cleared, the place where the genins were standing was empty. Sasuke opened his eyes and grabbed his forehead with his hand. My head ached terribly, everything was double in front of my eyes, my stomach was twisting. For a moment, the boy thought he was going to be sick, but as soon as he stood still for a couple of minutes, the disgusting sensations passed. Uchiha promised himself that from now on he would travel as rarely as possible. Who are you? Someone's voice hissed right next to him, and Sasuke abruptly jumped to his feet, taking kunai out of his pouch and looking around. Who are you? He asked warily, realizing that the voice was coming from below. Looking down, the boy saw a small purple snake, which with some interest in its golden eyes, was examining the uninvited guest. This look hypnotized, as well as the smooth swaying of the animal, and Sasuke had to bite his cheek from the inside in order not to succumb to such an obvious genjutsu. I'm asking who you are, boy, the snake hissed again, and Sasuke moved away from the snake in surprise. Sasuke Uchiha, he introduced himself, realizing that he had fallen into the den of snakes. The boy held back a disappointed sigh. He had hoped for ravens, like Itachi's. Sasuke Uchiha? The snake hissed, after which it sank to the ground and crawled somewhere. My name is Aoda, Sasuke Uchiha. Follow me. I'll take you to Hakujo-sanin. He'll decide what to do with you. The boy nodded, putting the kunai in his pouch and walking after the reptile. which stood out with its color in the green grass. He didn't know where Aoda was taking him or to whom, and the name Hakujo Sanin was unfamiliar to him, but soon they came to a rocky area with a lot of tunnels. Aoda hissed at Sasuke to be careful and look under his feet, and the boy, who was walking around large and deep pits, nodded. Here and there new snakes crawled out, and they were all of different sizes. Some were very tiny, and some were 4 meters long, or even more. Uchiha swallowed. To be strangled by such creatures is a so entertainment. Finally, they began to descend through some kind of shallow tunnel deeper and deeper, until it ended in a wide cave. A huge white snake appeared in front of Sasuke. His body was decorated with 2 gold bracelets, and he wore a black turban with a red gemstone on his head. The boy immediately guessed that it was the same Hakujo Sanin. Uchiha bowed as a sign of respect, catching the satisfaction in the snake's yellow eyes. "Who are you, and how did you get to Ryakudo?" "What is it?" he asked. His voice was so loud that even the floor vibrated. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I'm from Konoha. I used the summoning technique and ended up here," Uchiha replied respectfully. "I have a petition from the head of our village about my stay here. So, Uchiha Sasuke?" Unlike Aoda, Hakujo Sanin did not have the habit of pulling the letters S and SH. "Show me this petition," the boy nodded, taking off his backpack and taking out the scroll that the Hokage gave them. Aoda immediately intercepted this scroll and read it out loud. The essence of what was written was that the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed was in danger. An old enemy of the village was hunting for her. In order to protect Jinchuriki, it was decided to send her teammates with her to the world of draft animals for 2 months. The Hokage himself humbly asks for this time to shelter team number 7 and, maybe even, to take as an apprentice, the old snake was thinking when Aoda finished reading, and Uchiha did not dare to interrupt his thoughts, realizing that to some extent his life depends on the decision of the Sanin. "You're from a legendary clan. You have strong blood flowing in you," Hakujo said. "I accept you, but be prepared for the fact that your training will be incredibly exhausting." "Thank you," Sasuke bowed low, thinking that he would somehow survive 2 months of exhausting training. "Aoda, it's on you." "Ah, yes, time flows differently in this world. 1 day there is equal to 2 weeks here." Uchiha mentally counted the days, with a certain chill in his soul, realizing that this would result in a little more than 2 years. It became somehow uncomfortable. The first thing Sakura felt was that all her muscles were very numb and now they hurt terribly. Opening her eyes, she felt with some disgust something sticky around her neck, on her mouth, and on her hands. It was as dark as night all around. Suddenly there was a resounding click, and the girl suddenly felt something long and furry wrapped around her waist, lifting her off the ground. Sakura hung upside down in the air. If Haruno's mouth hadn't been closed, she would have screamed in terror. Floundering and trying to escape, the terrified Kunoichi heard another click, and then saw a thin and furry something very close. Unfortunately, the darkness did not allow her to see this creature, but 4 pairs of dimly glowing eyes left an imprint on her soul forever. Dangling upside down, she began to peer into what was happening, realizing that this creature walks on 6 huge shaggy legs, while 2 front paws held Sakura tightly. There were 8 legs in total. The girl felt sick. She guessed what kind of monsters they were, but she did not want to believe that she had come to them. Suddenly, all the nightmares stopped being just nightmares, becoming reality. Spiders. But not the little ones that she was bullying at home. Not at all. They were creatures the size of a good horse. These monsters were moving somewhere deep into the strange building, where almost not a single ray of light penetrated. The air smelled of dust and old age. Finally, the monster got out of the building, and a bright light cut Haruno's eyes. When she got used to it, she was horrified to discover that there was a whole sea of these spiders around. They were of all sizes, but all equally vile, 8-eyed, 8-legged, black and furry. The bully who was carrying Sakura descended down the slope wet with dew and walked towards the ghostly silver dome woven from cobwebs. He was accompanied by shaggy-legged relatives, excitedly clicking their mandibles at the sight of prey. Haruno had no idea how long she had been in the clutches of the monster, but soon the creature stopped. Turning her head, Sakura was able to see what was inside the dome, and it would be better if she did not. Huge spiders hung on its walls, as well as cocoons in which, apparently, their already dead prey was located. Suddenly, the spider released Haruno from his grip, and she fell to the sticky floor. A new wave of fear and disgust washed over her. Sakura suddenly realized that the spider who had abandoned her was saying something. But it's a little difficult to make out. His jaws were clanking too loudly. Chiputa-san. Chiputa-san. The creature called. What happened? A woman's voice squeaked with displeasure, and a huge spider descended from a huge web. She was twice as big as the spider that Haruno was carrying, and the girl felt her hamstrings tremble with fear. We have uninvited guests here. Everything inside Sakura turned cold. I love uninvited guests. Especially their delicious meat. Chaputa said, moving along the web in the direction of the girl, who was panting from fear. Is that how she's going to die? Haruno bit her tongue. No, no way, you can't eat me. She exclaimed, wondering where she got so much courage from. And why, girl, sang Chaputa-san, towering right in front of the uninvited guest. She was having fun. I was sent here by the head of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sakura replied. I have a petition from the Hokage with me. Hokage? How interesting. Only I would care about ordinary human villages. This is a ninja village. Please read the petition. The spider thoughtfully clanked her mandibles, and then ordered Sakura's hands to be untied. Having got rid of the cobwebs, the girl, trembling like an aspen leaf in the wind, took out a petition from her backpack, which Chaputa instantly read. Is the Jinchuriki of the Ninetail your friend? Spider asked, fearfully opening her eyes. Kunoichi noticed how some spiders were retreating back, hurrying to hide somewhere, and Chaputa herself was trembling slightly. Haruno opened her mouth in surprise. Were they afraid of Kyubi? Sakura clenched her hands into fists. This was her chance. Full of determination, Haruno nodded. This is bad. This is very bad. How close are you? The spider was worried. She's my best friend, Haruno instantly lied, realizing that only a lie would save her. If something happens to me, she will avenge me. Chaputa clicked her mandibles, independently untangling Sakura from the web and carefully placing it on the floor. The girl, trying to hide her panic, confidently looked at the monster in front of her. You'll stay with us, the spider nodded, stepping back. I will fulfill the request of the Hokage, but never, do you hear? Never bring Kyubi or his Jinchuriki here. Sakura nodded. Take care of her and only dare to harm her somehow. From this day until the time comes to leave here, this girl will live with us in the Dokutsupata. With that, she disappeared. Haruno's legs gave way from relief, but Yoko moved to Orototego without any incident. Having met Chihiro on the way to Yamaru, the girl happily rushed to her neck, patting the tigress behind the ear. Hello, Naruko. Decided to visit old friends? She purred. Of course, the girl smiled, but immediately became more serious. I have to see Yamaru-san. Urgent business? The tigress asked. Very much, Naruko nodded. Chihiro took her on her usual route to Yamaru Cave. He, as always, was sitting on his litter, occasionally wagging his tail from side to side. But Yoko bowed to the old tiger as a sign of respect and handed him a scroll from the Hokage. When Chihiro read out its contents to the entire cave, Yamaru wiggled his mustache. Of course you can stay. Your training will take about 2 years, but when you finish it, you will become much stronger. Maybe we can even find a way to help you control the Kyubi chakra. Really? The girl was delighted. But 2 years is too long. I only have 2 months. Don't be afraid, Tiger snorted. While 2 months will pass there, you will spend 2 years here, but Yoko smiled gratefully. If so, then she doesn't mind at all. However, she will miss Hinata and Sasuke. Well, where are they? Shikamaru yawned. People crowded into the huge arena, breaking through to their seats. The 2 months given to the geniuses to restore and increase their strength flew by like an instant. At least for Nara, who did nothing but look at the clouds and play shogi with his father, almost all the participants were here. Only Naruko and Sasuke were missing, who disappeared somewhere. However, Sakura was also absent, although Shikamaru thought that she would come to support Uchiha. So, it's time to start, Shiranui Genma announced loudly. After the mysterious disappearance of Height Gecko, Hokage ordered Genma to conduct the official third stage, the first fight. But Yoko Naruko is up against Niji Hyuga, he announced. Hyuga entered the arena, and a girl of about 16 with scarlet hair reaching to her knees jumped out from the opposite side of the stadium. Shikamaru, with some surprise, recognized Naruko in her. That's just grown up for a couple of years. She changed her outfit for a short red and black dress that suited her very well. Her arms were hidden by wide sleeves, shimmering with waves. Konoha's protector was tied at the waist, emphasizing the waist. On her thin legs were black tights. Naruko changed, she became taller and more mature, but it was still the same Naruko, with stripes on her cheeks and multicolored eyes. Here we go, Genma said, immediately walking away. I don't know what happened to you, but you're going to lose anyway, Hyuga chuckled, getting into a fighting stance. I don't think so, no. Yoko shook her head. The feeling of excitement captured her, literally making the blood boil in her veins. Niji activated the Byakugan and took out the kunai, while Naruko bared her favorite katana. They came together in close combat, and metal was beating against metal. At some point, but Yoko, having made a deceptive lunge, grabbed Hyuga's brush with her right hand and with all her strength, applying chakras, threw him against the wall. Cracks went down that one. Hyuga, spitting blood, got out, shaking off the stone chips and again approaching Naruko. Niji was a close-range fighter, and this was only to the girl's advantage. She threw several kunai at him, expecting him to defend himself with the help of Kaiten. And so it happened, and no. Yoko and Shunshin moved behind the young man as soon as he stopped the technique, and hit the center of the back with her elbows powerfully. The guy screamed and took several hurried steps forward, closing one eye in pain. But, tightly clenching his hands into fists, Niji concentrated the chakra in them, which began to become visible, taking the form of lion heads. But Yoko raised an eyebrow, realizing that it was better not to face this attack, and therefore began to dodge. The body acted on reflexes, and the girl, avoiding such an obvious undercut, jumped up, leaning with one hand on the head of Huey. Turning over in the air, Naruko hit the opponent with her heel in the same place as half a minute ago. And then, landing quite like a cat, she turned around sharply, stretching out her leg and hooking Hyuga. He fell, but quickly rolled over, avoiding the katana blade. But that's exactly what the girl needed. Folding the seals, she fired small projectiles of tightly compressed air at him. From this position, Niji could barely dodge them. Getting to his feet, Hyuga stretched out his left arm and brought his right arm back, bending his legs at the knees. But Yoko jumped aside, realizing that they wanted to use the 8 trigrams technique against her, blocking all the chakra flows. Hyuga abruptly approached the girl. She, according to Hinata stories, knew that for a Byakugan user, the whole world slows down at the time of using this technique, and therefore, but Yoko had to be faster than now. Naruko narrowed her eyes. Easy as pie, she deftly jumped aside, concentrating the chakra in the sauls, and jumped around the arena like a hare, eluding the attacks of Niji, who began to get more and more angry. At some point, no. Yoko intercepted her attacking hand and, slipping from below, slammed her fist into the young man's stomach. He flew into the air, and Naruko, reaching him in one leap, hit the opponent on the neck with the edge of her palm. He passed out, falling to the ground with a crash. Silence reigned. The winner, but Yoko Naruko, the examiner announced, showing the orderlies to pick up the unconscious Niji from the arena with his hands. Next fight, Shikamaru Nara vs Dog no Temari. Shikamaru, muttering something about problematic, went down, followed by Kunoichi from the sand. Naruko, when she was getting up, met them and nodded in greeting. Climbing up to the stands for the participants, she greeted Shino, looking for Sasuke with her eyes, who, as it turned out, was not there. "You've changed with age," Aburame said. "Yes," she nodded. "Do you happen to know where Sakura and Sasuke are? I don't know where Uchiha is. However, Kunoichi, who is on the same team with you, is sitting next to Ino, who is on the team with Shikamaru," Shino replied, flashing his darkened glasses in the sun. "Your friend just came up, thanks," but Yoko turned her gaze to the stands, where Aburame pointed. There, the girl immediately noticed Ino, and next to her, Sakura, who grew her hair even more and changed her clothes. Now, instead of the usual pink dress, she was wearing a light pink blouse, a short skirt, under which leggings were hidden, and a white short raincoat with flowers on the hem. Naruko also noticed a spider tattoo on her teammate's neck, which immediately spoke of her draft animals. The girl restrained a smile. In the past, Kurama spoiled the spiders' lives, which is why now they simply could not stand him. Sasuke was nowhere to be found, which upset the girl. The winner, the dog, but Temari, Genma suddenly voiced, and Naruko, who was not looking at the fight, turned to the arena, realizing that Nara had simply given up. Next fight, Aburame Shino vs Dog no Kankuro. The second named frowned and raised his hand. "I give up," he shouted. "Are you sure?" Shiranui asked. "Yes," said the dog, "but okay." Then the winner of the third fight, Aburame Shino. The last fight of the top 8, Uchiha Sasuke vs Dog no Gaara. Naruko chuckled, even somehow quickly. So, in the next round she will fight against Temari, and Shino will be either against Sasuke or against Gaara, but Yoko, who did not doubt herself or Uchiha at all, realized with a certain amount of sadness that only she and Sasuke would remain in the final. It is difficult to fight against a person who cares about you and who cares about you. Meanwhile, Gaara came down from the stands and stood next to the examiner. Sasuke was nowhere to be found, and Naruko clenched her hand into a fist, frowning. "Where is he?" she whispered, when suddenly she felt a familiar smell next to her. After staying in Orototego, all her 5 senses improved, but Yoko felt Sasuke's warm palm on her shoulder and, smiling, turned to him. He grew up, surpassed her in height and towered by a whole head. Naruko felt her heart skip a beat, and tenderness filled her to the brim. Sasuke, such a dear Sasuke, was finally there. She had no idea how much she missed him for 2 long years. His hair gently framed Uchiha's prettier face. On the top of his head, they remained the same short, but the front strands grew out, as well as a bang appeared, which suited him very well. As Naruko noted, Sasuke himself was wearing a gray shirt with short sleeves, a high collar and a zipper in the middle. He had black bracers on his arms. "You're very beautiful," he said softly. His voice lost its former childishness and gained a little hoarseness and some bassiness. "We'll talk a little later, okay?" Naruko nodded numbly, feeling her cheeks turn red, and Sasuke, with a slight smile, disappeared, to appear in front of Gaara the next second. Many girls whispered confusedly when they saw him, and Sakura, as no Yoko noticed, jumped on the spot altogether. "So, Uchiha Sasuke vs Dog no Gaara," Genma repeated. "Let's get started." Both shinobi got into a fighting position. Sasuke, instantly activating the Sharingan, rushed at Gaara with all his considerable speed, taking out the Kusanagi blade from the scabbard, which Hakujo Sannin gave him. Holding the blade in one hand, Uchiha deftly maneuvered, dodging sand attacks and striking his blows. The lightning chakra fired on the blade caused Gaara's defenses to crack and crumble. Uchiha jumped aside, folding the seals with one hand and exhaling a huge ball of fire. Naruko froze in amazement. He had learned such a complex technique. It was simply amazing. Dodging the sandy palm with which the dog responded to the flame, Uchiha approached the gap in the defense in less than a second and scratched Gaara's cheek with the end of the Kusanagi, forcing him to widen his eyes in surprise and jerk to the side. The boy spread his arms, and the sand, obeying his whim, in the blink of an eye formed a dense ball around the Jinchuriki, above which a brown eye hung in the Sasuke frowned for a second, realizing that now his main task is to smoke out Gaara, electrifying Kusanagi again. Uchiha jumped up and, landing next to the ball, hit it with all his might. There was a crunch, and a small piece of hard sand fell, opening Uchiha's view of what was happening inside. Something strange, but wild, was moving in the darkness. After taking a closer look, the Sharingan bearer involuntarily took a step back. Everyone stared at him in surprise, when suddenly someone roared, and the sand ball collapsed, collapsing into an impenetrable wall of sand. No sooner had he fallen to the ground than white feathers fell from the sky. People in the stands began to yawn sleepily, passing out in the blink of an eye. Kai. Several shinobi shouted. Naruko jumped up, turning to Sakura and Ino. The first one woke up, but the second one didn't. Squinting, but Yoko threw shurikens behind the back of two friends. They shuddered and turned around. The weapon hit directly into the bellies of the shinobi from the sand. Naruko abruptly moved to Yamanako and Haruno. This is an attack, she said shortly, taking out a katana and sharply impaling two cenobites on it. Sakura, realizing that the smell was fried when new opponents drew attention to them, folded several seals and spat out a strong web into three more, which did not allow them to move. But Yoko didn't hesitate to kill them. Why? Sakura whispered, looking at the bodies of the dead shinobi and not understanding the reasons for such unjustified, in her opinion, cruelty. They attacked our village, and therefore deserve to die. Naruko answered her coldly and looked at the place where Gaara and Sasuke were fighting. Both are missing, but Yoko landed next to Kakashi, who, lifting the protector, opened his left eye, in which the Sharingan burned scarlet. The girl frowned. If the teacher activated his dojutsu, then things couldn't be worse. Most likely, the third Hokage is now fighting with Orochimaru, Hatake said. Where are Sasuke and Gaara? Disappeared, Naruko reported shortly. I suspect that Gaara began to turn into Shikaku and ran away, and Sasuke chased after him. What? To Shikaku? Sakura whispered in amazement. He's a Jinchuriki. One, Tailed is imprisoned in it, no, Yoko explained and turned her gaze back to her mentor. Gaara's teammates also disappeared. Most likely, they went after him. Kakashi was silent for a second, considering the situation. Naruko, Sakura, go after him. It is unknown what might happen there. Shikamaru, he turned to Genin, who was approaching them. Go with them, what? But it's so problematic. The boy sighed, but under Kakashi's stern gaze, he fell silent. But Yoko nodded, opening the scroll and, folding the seals, let the chakra through it. Somewhere in the distance, exactly the same scroll lit up white, notifying Itachi that it was time to act. He and Uchiha had a plan for a long time. Naruko picks the perfect moment to attack Danzo, and notifies Itachi about it. The same deals with him, freeing Konoha from the root. Sakura looked strangely at no Yoko's manipulations, but kept silent, for which the girl was grateful to her. It was not enough to waste time on empty excuses. So, taking off, they rushed after Sasuke. Naruko, breathing in more air, concentrated, feeling the natural chakra filling her body. The stripes on her cheeks became sharper, resembling more tiger whiskers, and her nails lengthened, becoming razor-sharp. She finally felt the trace of Sasuke's chakra and the team from Suna, and therefore, with a wave of her hand, she became the leader. She sensed that a new character had joined the procession, Shino Aburame. Then Shino and Kankuro stopped, while Gaara, Sasuke, and Temari continued their move. Naruko abruptly jumped back, dodging a random kunai thrown by Nose Dog, and frowned slightly. Kankuro was clearly more experienced than Shino, so there is a high probability that Aburame, despite all his miracle bugs, will lose. And I didn't want that. Shikamaru, stay and help Shino, no, Yoko ordered curtly. Naruko, sighing heavily, separated from their small group, rushing to where the chakra of the opponents came from. She and Sakura continued on their way, but only a couple of minutes passed, as both felt that Sasuke caught up with Temari and Gaara, and the latter rushed forward, while a fight broke out between Uchiha and the older dog. Naruko knew in advance who would win, because she believed in Sasuke and in his strength, but she understood that Uchiha wanted to deal not with Temari, but with her younger brother, which she could not allow. She would obviously try to slow down Sasuke as much as possible so that Gaara could turn and attack Konoha. Sakura, deal with Temari, no Yoko finally said, figuring out how to get out of this situation. I need to calm Gaara down. Haruno nodded happily, thinking that she would fight side by side with her lover, and quickly separated from Naruko. The girl rolled her eyes at this, because after a couple of moments after Sakura was in place, Sasuke left her, joining Naruko. Hello again, he said. Yes. We need to seal Shikaku back to Gaara. I think printing 5 elements will work. Uchiha glanced at his teammate, but said nothing. He himself did not know what kind of seal it was, but he was sure that no Yoko could use it. Pretty quickly, they caught up with Gaara, and Naruko suppressed the urge to make a grimace of disgust. The poor boy was sinking more and more into madness. His right hand turned into Shikaku's paw. The bottle in which the dog but kept his sand cracked and almost completely broke Sasuke through the kunai towards Jinchuriki, forcing him to turn around and slow down. Naruko frowned. Not only Gaara's right hand was turned into Shikaku's paw, but the right side of the face was in the form of a one-tailed muzzle. Saliva flowed from his mouth, and it was very difficult to find a note of intelligence in his eyes. You're on the right, and I'm on the left, the girl said, taking off and attacking Gaara from the left side. She took out her blade and hit it on a wall of sand formed out of nowhere, which instantly transformed into a paw and tried to touch it. But Yoko deftly dodged, concentrating the chakra in the katana and thereby cutting off the fingers of the sand paw. Glancing at Uchiha for a second, she saw that his Kusanagi was sparking with lightning, deciding to keep up with her friend, but Yoko jumped into the air and made a lunge, as if she wanted to cut the opponent in half, and she imperceptibly created a clone. The trick worked and Gaara threw part of the sand up, reflecting such an obvious blow. Meanwhile, the clone appeared right under the dog's nose, but also hit him on the chin. The boy, clearly not expecting this, flew to the side, slamming his back into the trunk of a tree. You're doing great, Sasuke praised the girl, and she nodded in response, not hurrying to rejoice. Roaring quite like an animal, Gaara folded a couple of seals with trembling fingers, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Naruko tensed up, jumping as far away from the opponent as possible and shouting to Sasuke so that he did not dare to approach yet. The young man looked at his teammate with a strange look, not understanding the reasons for her strange behavior, but trusted her. In an instant, the dog's body began to change. Instead of legs, huge paws appeared, a long needle tail grew from behind, and the face finally turned into an ugly snout of an animal. He was huge, towering over the trees and growling viciously. So many years have passed, and he hasn't changed a bit, Kurama chuckled in Naruko's subconscious. How to remove it? Seal it? Kunoichi asked. It's enough just to wake up Jinchuriki. See, it's sticking out of the top of my head. She briefly gave Sasuke the information she had received from her father, and he nodded, instantly finding the place where the unconscious body of the dog was sticking out. Uchiha deftly dodged Shikaku's paw, rolling to the side and getting to his feet. The next moment he had to cover his eyes from the sand that swept past, demolishing everything in the neighborhood. Sasuke staggered, jumping off a falling tree and jumping over to no Yoko. However, halfway there, sand caught up with him from nowhere, pressing him against a tree. Shinobi heard something crack in his body, and the next moment pain pierced his chest. He gritted his teeth, and a strong wave of chakra swept from his body, destroying the sand vice. How are you? Naruko asked, landing nearby. It's fine, I just broke a rib. Uchiha waved away, but Yoko nodded, looking at how the young man heals himself using iron jutsu. And when did you just learn? The girl jumped out of her seat, distracting Shikaku to herself and giving her partner time to recover. Concentrating the chakra in her legs, Naruko ran along the one-tailed man's arm, but he, sensing someone else's presence, tried to swat no Yoko with his second paw, but she jumped aside in time. it's too big. Use my power, the fox growled in his subconscious. Naruko nodded. Kurama's chakra flowed through her channels, and a golden glow enveloped the girl herself. An image of a seal restraining the nine-tail appeared on his stomach. Shikaku, feeling the chakra of an old acquaintance, growled with displeasure, fixing his golden eyes on the opponent. She grunted, and the golden chakra around her began to increase in size, transforming into a huge translucent fox. Somewhere below, a pop was heard, and a huge purple snake appeared next to the fox, which, hissing, cursed Sasuke for such an untimely call. Naruko smiled a little at Uchiha, and they both took off at the same time. The snake, like a vine, wrapped around Shikaku, who could not make his body completely crumbly like sand, otherwise he risked falling. Meanwhile, Kurama dug into the shoulders of One-Tailed, forcibly letting his chakra through his body. The beast growled in displeasure, shaking its head and concentrating on getting out of the trap. Sasuke took advantage of this, jumping from the snake's head to the opponent's shoulder and getting to the unconscious Gaara. Collecting a little chakra in his fist, Uchiha hit the young man's cheekbone, forcing him to open his eyes in amazement. He's finally awake. After Gaara's awakening, Ichibi began to return to his body until he finally disappeared. At the same time, Sasuke recalled the snake, landing next to the dog. No. Naruko has already put a cool palm to the forehead of her former opponent, sending a healing chakra into him. With the fingertips of her other hand, she touched Gaara's bare stomach, putting the seal of the 5 elements on it. The boy shuddered painfully. Well, that's it. Your neighbor won't bother you in the near future, the girl said. You're tired, so get some sleep for now. Your brother and sister will be arriving soon. Thank you, Gaara whispered back, closing his eyes. It will sound a little crazy, but try to make friends with One-Tailed. Then he will not only let you sleep peacefully, but you will have a friend yourself. Trust me, friendship with Biju is worth it. You have a 9-tailed one in you, don't you? He asked. Yeah, so mine will be stronger than yours, Naruko nodded. In the meantime, go to sleep. You're tired. Gaara obediently froze. His breathing steadied, and Naruko realized that he had finally gone to the world of dreams. She took her hand away from the boy's forehead and turned to Sasuke standing next to her. Itachi is currently fighting against Danzo. What? Uchiha abruptly straightened up, frowning. He wanted to ask for details or even go to his brother, but he was prevented by Sakura, who appeared out of nowhere. She, tearing off the sticky cobwebs from her skirt, broke into a huge smile at the sight of Sasuke and flew up to the guy, trying to hug him. However, Uchiha himself dodged, and Naruko couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Haruno's stupid face. Naruko cleared her throat, drawing attention to herself and to the Jinchuriki still lying at her feet. Sakura, Gaara's teammates will arrive here soon. Don't make a scene, please. Kunoichi muttered something viciously in response, saying that I know perfectly well without you, and turned to the bushes from which the beaten, but alive Temari and Kankuro came out. They were immediately stunned at the sight of the losing brother, and were already grabbing their weapons, but Sasuke raised his hands in a conciliatory manner, thereby saying that no one would arrange any fights with anyone. Help your brother, he said, and Kankuro and Temari nodded slowly. In the near future, no Ichibi will threaten him, Naruko spoke up. Try to behave more friendly towards Gaara. He will need your support soon. And it's time for us to go back to Konoha, and, getting up, the girl walked past the family dog. No. Sasuke and Sakura silently followed her, realizing that there was nothing more for them to do here. But Yoko would like to go to the place where Itachi and Danzo were fighting now, but she understood that it was impossible to go there with Haruno. Uchiha may have been a genius of the clan, but it is unknown whether he will be able to defeat Shimura, who has been accumulating his strength for years and had a huge combat experience. If Itachi loses, and Naruko is around at this time, then Danzo should not accuse the girl of aiding the enemy and betrayal. Sakura could act as a witness, and Naruko was sure that if she gave any testimony, they would all be against her. But Yoko turned a brief glance at Sasuke, and he, as if reading the girl's thoughts, nodded. Purple streaks appeared around his eyes, somewhat similar to those of Orochimaru, and the pupil became completely snake-like. Uchiha entered the hermit mode and, most likely, has already felt Itachi's chakra. Well? Naruko asked. Wins. Sasuke smiled a little. No, Yoko was relieved. She turned back to the road. Sakura, who did not understand what they were talking about, tried to clarify the situation, but in response received a vague answer about Kakashi-sensei, which, of course, did not suit her. They moved like that for a while longer, until Haruno suddenly shuddered. Her legs gave way, and she would have fallen if Sasuke hadn't picked her up and lowered her to the ground. Naruko jumped up to them, looking at her teammate in confusion, who turned pale and shuddered violently. What happened? He won, Sasuke replied, but Yoko couldn't hold back a joyful smile, but her exultation was interrupted by Haruno's strangled wheeze. Sitting down next to Uchiha in front of her teammate, Naruko walked through her body with a healing chakra, but did not find any injuries. Suddenly, Kurama's words, which he had said before the Chunin exam, flashed through the girl's head. But Yoko's eyes widened in surprise, and she leaned forward and grabbed Sakura's face, opening her jaw and grabbing her wet tongue without any disgust. There was a black seal on it that was slowly disappearing. Naruko let go of Kunoichi's tongue in surprise, looking at her with some disbelief. You. I can't believe it, she whispered, feeling anger replace shock. You've been serving him all this time, haven't you? She pretended to be an old Sakura, but in fact she was digging up information on us. You joined the team yourself just to keep an eye on Sasuke, Haruno spat out, wiping her wet mouth. Yes, it is, but I would never do anything that could harm any of you. Even you, damn it. No, Yoko answered her. I understand who can be told what information, and who can't. I would never put Sasuke under attack from the man who gave the order to destroy his entire clan. What's going on here? Sasuke asked, gathering a general picture of what was happening from fragments of phrases. You, he pointed at Naruko, came to the team to keep an eye on me. And you, he pointed at Sakura, obeyed. Danzo? Shimir Danzo? And all this time she was supplying him with information about me and Naruko? So what? She is Jinchuriki Kyubi, Haruno cried, and angry tears welled up in her eyes. She is unstable and not loyal to Konoha. If she decides to destroy it, then we have to anticipate it in advance. And for the same reason Naruko was following you, why would I destroy Konoha? It's stupid and petty. No, Yoko said in the same tone. I wanted to destroy only the root of all the problems. Why would I destroy the village and harm innocent residents? What's the point of that? Yes, because they hate you. They all hate you, and I hate you too. You're disgusting, selfish and disgusting. You constantly stand in everyone's way, behave as if you are better than others, dare to push people around and do everything so that you live well yourself, not caring about orders. Sakura hissed angrily, and her green eyes flashed lightning. You lie in the reports, just to hide your shady dealings. Do you think I don't know that you're messing around with Itachi Uchiha? That he comes to your house periodically? You've made love to a traitor, and you dare to lie to Sasuke-kun's eyes. Sasuke knows everything perfectly well himself, Naruko answered her. Don't make yourself look even more of a fool than you are. This angered Sakura in the end. She hissed like a cat, jumped up from her seat and attacked Naruko, releasing a spider web from her mouth. But Yoko dodged the attack, blocking the kick and responding with a powerful slap. Haruno ducked sharply, hitting Naruko in the stomach and throwing her back a couple of meters. The girl, viciously spitting out blood from her mouth, stood up. Her body was enveloped by the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, and she was behind Sakura in the blink of an eye. After making a powerful sweep, Naruko wanted to hit Haruno with her fist, but she intercepted the blow, which, however, did not prevent no Yoko from abruptly changing strategy and intercepting the outstretched hand of her teammate, breaking it. That's enough, Sasuke abruptly stopped them. The girls stared at him in surprise. This is not the time to fight. Whoever's doing whatever, Just calm down both of you. Then discuss everything that happened. But Haruno wanted to be indignant, getting to her feet. Later, Sasuke snapped, and then Naruko quickly hit Sakura on the back of her neck. She staggered, lost consciousness, but Yoko managed to intercept her across the waist. "Say what you want," she said, looking straight into Uchiha's black eyes, "but I don't trust her anymore. She is a spy who worked for the enemy, and I will not allow her to be near me in consciousness." But Sasuke didn't say anything about it. Closing his eyes, he sighed heavily and went to where Itachi's chakra was felt. Naruko was left alone with an unconscious Sakura in her arms. Naruko took a deep breath and decided to buy apples instead of oranges. After the attack of Suna and Orochimaru on Konoha, about a week has passed. And it was the craziest week in Naruko's life. Firstly, the third Hokage died, which caused the whole village to grieve, and the funeral was arranged in a hurry. Sarutobi was buried by the whole village and with great honors. Secondly, Orochimaru died with him, and what to do with his body was decided for a long time, and in the end they decided to put him on fire so that no one would resurrect him, as he did with the first two Hokages. Thirdly, Shimura Danzo was killed, and a long investigation followed, which established that he was killed by Uchiha Itachi. Unfortunately, the body was not preserved, but Itachi, caught and not resisting, allowed the head of the Yamanaka clan to rummage in his head. After the truth about the fateful night 7 years ago was revealed, a new investigation was launched, and Naruko herself was suspended from the ANBU, since she still helped Itachi when he was officially recognized as a Nukenin. Fourth, Naruko herself practically did not see Sasuke, which is why she could not talk to him in a normal way and explain everything that happened. She didn't know if Uchiha was mad at her or not, but she still wanted to clarify the situation once again. Fifthly, the elections of the fifth Hokage were held, and Tsunade was appointed to them, who was found by Jiraiya 2 months ago and dragged to Konoha Hospital so that she cured Rock Lee. With Tsunade, the investigation went faster. She herself was a rather wayward woman who liked to solve things quickly and swiftly. So Itachi Uchiha's case went by leaps and bounds with her arrival, and all the necessary information was dug up during the day. Danzo was recognized as a traitor, and the elders, including the third Hokage, were his supporters. They were arrested. Tsunade did not change much in the village, but these changes turned out to be significant. The village has new elders, Shikaku Nara and Yamanaka Inoichi Senju, using the effective listen to me or you will get a fist in the face method, forced Jiraiya to return to Konoha. The ANBU Root Squad was disbanded and their memory was restored, removing all the seals of Danzo. True, the ability to feel something did not return, but this problem was solvable. With the help of this, Ino's childhood dream came true, and she had an older brother. Shino's childhood best friend has returned. And Kiba suddenly got a father, who, according to legend, left him with his mother and sister because of the obnoxious nature of his wife. As for Sakura, she suffered her punishment. Naruko was reinstated, all charges were dropped from her, and she returned to work as the captain of the ANBU team. A lot of work fell on the girl, so she practically did not get enough sleep now, but Yoko, having received a long-awaited day off, was standing in a grocery store and paying for fruit. I wanted something sweet, but there was practically no food at home. For a week, eating quickly brewed noodles is already a little tired. After taking the groceries, Naruko went home, looking around the village. The houses destroyed in the attack of the Suna were rebuilt quite quickly. An unexpected guest met her at the threshold, which surprised the girl. Sasuke. What is it? She asked. Hi, Uchiha replied. I'm sorry I didn't come earlier. Yes, it's fine. I used to be busy. Will you come in? Perhaps. Naruko opened the door and let Sasuke in, handing him the bags and asking him to take them to the kitchen. Naruko herself took off her shoes and, after washing her hands, went to her teammate. He was standing like a restless statue by the window. Yesterday Hokage gave the order to release Itachi. He will be looked after for some time for security reasons, Sasuke said. I talked to him. He told me absolutely everything. I could not even think that all my childhood in the clan happened like this. It happened before you were born. No, Yoko shook her head. This is a long story that has dragged on since the time of the founders. Yes, Itachi told me everything. He didn't kill anyone except his parents. Everyone else was killed by Anbu Root. That's why I hate them. And Danzo took the Sharingans from the dead and transplanted them into his hand. Naruko swallowed hard. Danzo was really a terrible and merciless person. In order to become stronger, he first ordered the destruction of an entire clan, ignoring Shirsui's suggestion to send Fugaku under the indestructible Genjutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and then took the clan Dojutsu for himself. Disgusting. Anyway, it's all over. Danzo is dead, and no one else will dare to desecrate the bodies of your relatives. No, Yoko smiled a little. Thanks to you. Thank you. Naruko just shook her head. She took a few steps towards Sasuke, and then hugged him a little uncertainly. The young man hugged her back, hugging her closer to him and closing his eyes. The girl pressed her ear to his chest, listening to his measured heartbeat and ignoring her father's displeased grumbling. Who cares what this old fox says if she loves Sasuke with all her heart? Kurama could only accept it. You are very dear to me, whispered Uchiha. I can even say with confidence that I love you. Naruko couldn't help but smile happily. She pulled away from Sasuke a little, put her palm on his cheek, gently stroking it. The next moment, Uchiha bent down slightly, kissing the girl. I love you. No, Yoko echoed him, breaking away for a second and kissing Uchiha again. After some time, when Naruko was making tea for them, and Sasuke was already sitting at the table as usual, he suddenly said, Yesterday I received an order from the Hokage. I'm being transferred to the ANBU under your command. Naruko turned around in surprise, frozen with the kettle at the ready. Tsunade-sama didn't tell me about it. She told me to tell you myself, but Yoko suppressed the smile that had bloomed on her lips too often tonight. Instead, she put the cup in front of Sasuke and sat down on a chair, placing her elbows on the table and resting her head on her hands. It is not surprising that after everything that happened, their team broke up. It is unlikely that they will ever work together again. The probability of this was extremely small, and Naruko, to be honest, did not feel particularly sad about it. By the way, I think I should ask your father if I can date you. A sudden phrase from Sasuke surprised no Yoko. She blinked her eyes, and then laughed out loud when in her head the nine-tailed began to growl and wave his tails, shouting something about the fact that he would never give his daughter to be torn to pieces by some Uchiha. He won't mind, Naruko lied. But I decide my future myself, not him. And you have to ask me. Then. Will you be my girlfriend? Sasuke asked. I think so, Naruko agreed. The answer to her was a barely noticeable, but extremely gentle smile of the young man. That's the end of it, guys.